Hello everyone, Scientia here, and welcome to a Guild Wars 1 stream. It has been a little bit, sometime in August, I think. I don't think I've streamed yet this month, but now I am. And I wanted to continue on this Elementalist. I have been writing articles for the last while, and that has been occupying my focus. That and Wilds of Genthier, which I have been enjoying, but we're here. I will, on that note, mentioning the Guild Wars 2 expansion. Man, look how awesome this looks. Mentioning the Guild Wars 2 expansion, I do think I will start streaming that game at some point in time, soonish, but no definite plans. I have a secret project. I'll tell you right now what it is. I want to talk about I want to compare and contrast making builds in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, because there's something that I think is really interesting, and that I think... Here, I think my volume's a little high. Nudge it down slightly. But because I think that there's something to be learned by doing so. Buildcraft in Guild Wars 2 is ridiculously complicated, and I think Guild Wars 2 as a game is a little too complicated for its own good to some extent. But that's something to talk about in that secret project video. So I kind of want to do that first, somewhat soonish, and then I might start streaming Guild Wars 2, because I'll want to get stuff set up for recording it for the purposes of that video. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. We're here for Guild Wars 1 and adding Alicia, Stefan, and Orion to my party. Whew, Runes of Sirmia. That's what we're doing. That nets 5 energy. That does not seem worth. Okay. Let's just do Runes of Sirmia. And Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, like, are such different games in so many regards. And just the look and feel of this game is just so different. And there's things that I like about both of them. But there is a different aesthetic style to Guild Wars 2. And there's something that feels more grounded in Guild Wars 1 that I really appreciate and like. Guild Wars 2's aesthetic is very much like they're trying to go for this painterly thing. And I, for one, would say they succeeded. Yeah. Also, why is this panel not in Guild Wars 2 so far as I can tell? Like, look at this thing. It has links to various help things. I mean, this will take you to the web browser. I'm not going to click on any of these. But it takes you to, like, here are the quests in my quest log, and here are the skills on my skill bar, as well as all Mesmer or all Elementalist skills. Recently encountered skills that, like, enemies and stuff have used. Recently visited locations. Like, it has wiki links to all this stuff, and I don't know why Guild Wars 2 doesn't have something similar. That feels like in many regards, Guild Wars 2 does a lot of UI stuff, a lot of things. Like, they've iterated, right? They've had friggin'... I don't know, this game was made in 2005 and has had some UI updates over the course of time since then. But, like, they've done a lot of UI updates to Guild Wars 2, much more so. And you'd think in almost 20 years of... well, I mean, Guild Wars 2 is like over a decade. They've mostly made things better than what are available in this game. But this is something that they don't have for some reason, and I don't know why. At least if they do have it, they have made it significantly more hidden. Because I can get to it, menu, help, boom. Right? You forget there's a menu button down here, but anyway, that was just something I was thinking about recently. Due to another secret project I'm working on that I'm not going to tell you about yet. But had me looking at some of that wiki integration stuff. And they both have a /wiki command that you can enter into chat that'll open up your web browser and bring up the wiki search for whatever term you entered in after the word wiki in the chat, which is really good. I think that's a really good feature. But this help panel is a really nice thing that Guild Wars 1 has that, as far as I can tell, Guild Wars 2 doesn't have the equivalent of. I find that kind of odd. I just love these areas. I love how Ascalon looks here, and I appreciate how they've like iterated on that for the most part in Guild Wars 2. I think one complaint I have about Guild Wars 2's map is that I wish they had been a bit more recognizable relative to Guild Wars 1 areas. And I wish going up Lornar's felt more like Lornar's. Even if you're going to have things like, oh, the climate has changed and the vegetation is different. Maybe there's been landslides and stuff and some of the geometry has changed. The overall shape, because the map boundaries are different, feels dramatically different, and I dislike that. I mean, it is what it is, but I do dislike that. Oh man, we're gonna get a pickin' soon. This actually feels really good. Like, really nice to be back into. Sometimes taking a little bit of breaks from this is helpful. Because it definitely can be like, oh, I'm doing the same thing over and over again a lot. Because there's been a lot of that. Because it's like taking a character from the beginning again. I don't know. There's something, though, about just the feel of Guild Wars 1 that I just love, that I just cannot get from Guild Wars 2. And it's something about the visual aesthetic and just the feel of spaces. They have different auras, I guess, to use a non-scientific term. It's a bunch of little things, right, that adds up to like the overall feel, the overall energy. So it is a tangible thing, but it's something I'm picking up subtly enough at times that it's hard to pinpoint exactly the right word. Aesthetic is kind of it, but just it's the overall look and feel. I don't know, I'm thinking about that a lot right now. Those Devourers are taking some nice increased damage from my flare, which was nice. Let's take a moment to look around. Does anybody have a mouse with a really good scroll wheel, by the way? I feel like no matter what mouse I get, it always has a really bad scroll wheel. That, like... I love these environments. Let's go first person. You know what? Let's spend a little bit in first person. You usually don't play the game this way. It's a terrible idea. You have much worse situational awareness, but you know what? We're going to do some first person. Okay, maybe it makes the screen flash too much. Never mind. Let's not do that. But it's really good for looking at environments. This is actually one of the key differences between first and third person from just a like experience of the environment standpoint. Is if you look at the camera here, like I can bring it down, then it starts zooming in on my character because obviously they're not letting the camera go through the floor. And so what you end up getting is you get this effect where it's hard to look up in third-person games because the camera typically, like, it's not naturally set up for that, right? It's like let's talk about this for a moment because I think it's kind of interesting. So, like, my normal camera position is going to be something kind of like this, right? I get a decent view of what's ahead of me, but a lot of the camera is focused on the ground. So there's like roughly a third of the screen is at my character's feet and below. So it lets me see behind me a little bit, but there's nothing interesting happening there for the most part. And then another huge chunk, like the next, like almost half the screen, is the area kind of within where my character is. Now I could zoom out and kind of adjust those proportions a little bit, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem. And so I only get a little bit of what's like ahead of me environmentally in some regards. So it's very good for situational awareness, but this perspective lets me see what's ahead and above, right? So when I'm in first person, the ground is shifted from being proportionally as much of the screen as it is in third person. So you can actually like look up and around much more easily, because like I can look up like this because the camera isn't being restricted by things. So it allows me to be able to look around a lot more. Realistically, I can get better screenshots as well from first person. There's Prince Rurik over there. The henchmen are going to be running around me. Try not to move the camera too quickly so we can kind of enjoy this. But it creates a very different feel. And this is something that you can get from first person that you can't get from third person, because your first person perspective is centered and in such a way, or like framed in such a way that you have more above in camera shot, and it makes it easier to look up. Whereas if I pull out to third person, I can't see the top of that structure, right? And most of the time I'm not going to be angled like this. I'm going to be angled like this. And so you can suddenly see most of the screen is taken up with the ground, rather than, like, this is much closer to the first person, right? Where I'm getting more of the horizon and stuff, but it's not we're not typically playing with a camera like this, and oftentimes it doesn't work well to be trying to do that. So I don't know, it's just something that I think about. It's a really interesting just facet of how's the camera working. And something that you'll notice with Elden Ring, for example, is that there is by default some camera motion, and you'll notice this especially if you're riding around on torrent. But there's some default camera motion that pulls the camera as you're moving forward in a straight line. It pulls the camera back down, because that game has some really good vistas and some really good views, and they want you to be able to see it. But your natural camera position is going to be more like this, and so they pull it more like this so you can actually see things. I need to contribute to this fight, maybe. That'd probably be good, instead of talking about cameras. But it's something that's really, really significant to think about, of just like how you interact with the environment is just so different based upon how your camera, like how you are beholding the environment, I should say. How you're beholding the environment is so different based upon what sort of camera you have. And I just think that's really, it's just an interesting thing to be aware of and to think about. So like one of the things I did with the slow playthrough, for example, that you may notice if you go back and watch that, or if you haven't watched it, if you go watch it for the first time, especially earlier on, I tried to be conscious about having the camera at a lower angle, so that way you can see more of the environment, and so you can see the environment better. And already I need to drink some water for my throat. But that was something. Oh, Prince Rurik is running off. He's gonna go get himself killed if I don't keep up with him. He's fairly tanky, but fairly tanky and indestructible are not the same thing. But that's just one of the things I was doing in that. It was to try to capture the environments better, was just be considerate of the fact, like, of how I'm cinematographing, like my cinematography with that. And in particular, trying to make sure I was having the camera at a lower angle so you could see the environment better. Because it is a beautiful game, but oftentimes we're not looking at it in a way where we can see it as well. And that'll happen in Guild Wars 2 as well. Yeah, it happens. It's just a property that most third-person games have. I think some of the older over-the-shoulder perspectives are better about that sort of thing. But they're trying to find a halfway point between first-person and third-person. Though they're technically third-person still. It is amazing to me how this specific mission, so ruined Prince Rurik's reputation for the player base. A little bit in Alani Academy probably had some impact. I could actually see Alani Academy having a lot of impact, but this was the mission that in particular, Prince Rurik was infamous for running off on his own and getting himself killed, and thus making life difficult for everyone. And so you see them in Nightfall parodying this and talking about this. These lines here. As a boy, I spent much time in these lands. Look at them now. Instead of ponds and streams, we have pools of bubbling tar and rivers of sludge. It saddens me to see Ascalon in ruins. It's like, this is some very genuine sentiment here. When you see it over and over, because Prince Rurik is getting himself killed, you start to parody it, or at least that's what player base did. And it's understandable how that happens, but it's also unfortunate. And game mechanics, the thing is that a player's lived experience with a game, i.e. the game mechanics, is just so much more powerful than anything that the story says about anything. Shatter enchantment? How dare ye? I have more energy while enchanted. Good to know. But yeah, player's experience was that Prince Rurik was an idiot who got himself killed here and made them redo the mission. Because he's mission critical. It doesn't work to make him a hero in what they overall do with the story, but the hero system was one way of trying to remedy that problem. They went through a lot of iterations trying to find solutions to it. The problem of mission critical NPCs. I have them here and in factions. Nightfall, they don't really. I think there might be a couple of spots where they do, but for the most part, they don't. And largely, they have AI allies where it either doesn't matter that they die, or you can let some number of them die, or they're non-combatants, so it's like they're invulnerable, but they don't do anything. They contribute to the fight neither by helping you or harming you, i.e. by dying. You can see back where we came from. We came from over there. Right there. That's kind of neat. And then eventually I have there's some where it's like, oh, this is an important NPC you have to bring with you on the mission. But they're a hero, right? So you actually bring them with you on the mission. And then later they invented the auto get up if everything is around you dead technology. They use an Eye of the North and Guild Wars Beyond mostly. Took them a while to get there, though. No, I want my enchantment, thanks. Hey, you. Stop that. You have messed with the wrong prince? Was there a right prince to mess with? It's kind of an odd phrase, isn't it? You've messed with the wrong whatever. Burr Man Killer. I wonder if this is the killer. Okay, so, like, we know from Guild Wars 2, and I don't know how much they were thinking about it at the time. But they have this whole... I guess they introduced it with Eye of the North, but I don't know when that in that 2-year span they start thinking about it. Or well, it's a little bit longer than that. I think they worked on Guild Wars 1 for about 5 years before it actually came out. But the point stands. I'm not quite sure where in the process of working on it they figured out the whole naming thing with war bands with the char. So it's Man Killer, which feels like a name somebody got for killing men. But is it the Killer warband or the Man warband? I.e., because like it's a good example of I forget Ritlock's warband name. Pyre Fierce Shot. So yeah, it's the Fierce warband, right? Fierce Shot, Fierce something, Fierce Blade, whatever. So it makes me wonder. Heck, I just stood in the firestorm and died to it. So is it like Man Killer, Man Hugger, Man whatever, or is it like Man Killer, Moa Killer, Dog Killer, you know, whatever? Char are neat in that they're kind of just like bestial. Like they are cat-like in some regards, but they're also like they have horns and like there's something that's not just a cat about them, you know? Though they have the little toe beans that people like. Follow me, and he means it. He will absolutely run off on his own down around here at various points, which is why he gets himself killed, because you're in the middle of doing something, you don't notice what he's up to, and then he runs off and dies. You have to babysit the prince a little bit in this one. I like this mission, but it is a bit long. I've been in this map for 20 minutes, and some amount of that is me looking at the environment, which, you know, contributes. But is a really long mission. I think in general, Prophecy's missions average on being a bit on the long side. I don't mind a few here and there that are longer, but... Hello, Errol, if I remember correctly. Nope, we gotta go fight ourselves some Devourers first. Then we can say hi to Errol. A bottled grog? Is it speak like a pirate time already? No, I don't care. Give me my grog. My gold coins. Yeah, it's Errol. Friggin' tar. Something else that's really confusing is an interesting change also that they made between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars, holy moly. In Guild Wars 1, if you want to split a stack, you hold down Shift and it brings up the dialogue. In Guild Wars 2, you do that with Alt. And using Shift, when you click on something, will send it to the chat. So you have to remember which one is which when you're switching between the two games. I don't entirely know how things ended up that way. But I am really glad that they added... I am really glad that they added a shortcut or a keybind for the portal to your home instance. That was a really nice addition that I was hoping they would add. So now I can hit the home key to bring up the skill to, or to use the skill to open up the portal to the home instance, which is really nice. And your homestead. A big feature that I want them to add to that, incidentally, is a something to tell me what map each character would go back to if I told them to leave the homestead. Because right now I kind of have to remember or push the button and see where I end up. And that is... They encourage you to keep your characters hanging out in the homestead, which I think is cool. But I also kind of wish it was accompanied by a way of being able to more easily remember where they were before they went there to hang out. But it is really, really cool, like just popping into the homestead and seeing your other characters hanging around. Okay, time for a lengthy bonus. It's not too bad. I have a skill to help. Good old Mantra Flame. The bridge is up, but it looks like it can be lowered from the other side. You go do that. I see. I have Cities of Ascalon, so I need to make sure I'm interacting with the historical monument there. Now, if you just want to open the thing, you can turn in the sludge right here to get around, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because you can get into the... Excuse me, you can get around over there. But the bonus requires you to go over this way regardless, so... Over here I go. You have Mantra of Flame. Well, okay, that's fair. I'm just gonna wand you then. Let the rest of my party deal with this. Your ornate buckler. I am going to need to spend a little bit of time cleaning out my inventory. I get the sneaking suspicion I didn't do that before starting the mission. Last time I was here. Hello, Brina. Thank the gods you're here. I've watched this road for 10 years. 10 years! So, since before this hearing, they're a little inconsistent about what the timeline is supposed to be in some regards. The Char actually probably already conquered this area before the searing, so it might have been for 10 years that she's been hanging out here watching this road. I don't know when the Char conquered this area specifically. Nice. +1 divine favor, chance 14% on your tactics shield. Yeah, a bunch of this stuff is already processed. Hey, dear Betod. You feel like Guild Wars 1 was so much better than Guild Wars 2, but you're not sure why. I think maybe because of how the combat worked and how so much committed diversity in builds. So that's going to be subjective, of course. So it's a question of what things you like from a game and what things you're enjoying. I do think Guild Wars 1 is a lot better about diversity of builds than Guild Wars 2. I think that they both have merit. I think Guild Wars 2 is too bloated and complicated in a lot of respects. Like, they add a system and then they keep, like, adding stuff onto it to try to improve it instead of taking things away. So, like, the clearest example I have of that is the crafting system, where I feel that Guild Wars 2 just has way too many crafting materials that they've made a really bloated economy around, and so they keep trying to find ways to sync stuff. So they end up having like, oh, here, we'll add this thing, and then it ends up being kind of worthless or whatever. Where they have weird things like Mithril is, because most content is level 80 content, which is dropping loot that then salvages into Mithril mostly and not Orichalcum, but you don't, if you're just crafting exotics, you don't really have a use for Mithril. They added a bunch of different things to sync like Mithril and Elder Wood and stuff into, right, with the crafting system. So there's all of these like bloated elements on the crafting system. I think Guild Wars 1 in many regards is just a simpler game, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because Guild Wars 1 is still a very complicated game. But like something that I've been thinking about a lot when playing Guild Wars 2 is it's like buildcraft in that game is extremely complicated because you have to worry. Like in this game, right, I have 7 inventory slots. You can kind of increase it a little bit if you consider different weapon sets, but each weapon set doesn't necessarily add a whole lot. Right, it's minor adjustments to what you're doing most likely. So you have those. In Guild Wars 2, you have an additional armor slot plus all 5 trinket slots plus a relic slot. I think it's 5 trinket slots, right? Or is it 6? Because it's a back item as well. My point is that there's too many. There's a ton of equipment. There's all of these stats that you have to try to figure out how to use. So that just makes things inherently more complicated with all of those stats. And then the skills themselves become extremely complicated. Traits make things behave differently. So there's just a lot in the game and a lot of systems, and it gets very complicated. And there's something that feels cleaner, in my opinion, about Guild Wars 1. Alicia, could we have you maybe stay alive? I could potentially solo the rest of this mission, but I would really prefer not having to. Okay, well, I'm going to find out if I can. Okay, I don't think that's going to work. Okay, great. We over-aggroed, and then the Henshies got killed. Okay, never mind doing that now. Never mind doing that now. We will go the long way. So, like, the skills in Guild Wars 1, and I'm planning on making a video talking specifically about builds between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, because I think it is pretty interesting. But when I look at the skills in Guild Wars 1, I have something like Flare. And it just does what it says on the tin, and it's not like in Guild Wars 2, you don't have 10 skills. You have like 20 at a time at minimum, sort of thing. And so it's just, there's so much more to keep track of and stuff. But I mean, it's just what appeals to you, right? And different paces of play and stuff like that. But yeah, that's something that I'm going to want to do like with the game in front of me, so I can make sure to cover all of the different details and stuff. But that's something that I'm wanting to be doing. But yeah, I think just Guild Wars 2 has over time become extremely bloated as a game. In terms of just systems on top of systems on top of systems. So. But there's a lot of things like the ease of salvaging stuff is really nice in it. It's the ability to just hit a button to deposit all of your salvage materials is really nice. I think I'm gonna hang on to this jeweled chalice for a little bit. So they know how to add quality of life, but that's one of the things that's really tricky. And it's part of the advantage that Guild Wars 1 has in some regards over Guild Wars 2 is Guild Wars 1 is quote finished unquote, in that they're not really adding new major content releases or anything to it. Which means they don't have to try to keep figuring out new systems to add. That's actually something that's a problem with ongoing games. Started playing Warframe when it came out. It's really fun, but the bloated thing happened to that game too, and it's so much, it feels overwhelming. Yeah, that's the thing. So like if you're making a build in Guild Wars 2, you have to like figure out what weapon or weapons, like what weapon sets you're going to use. I mean, you can't even talk generically because each class works a little bit differently, but which weapon or weapon sets you're going to use. You have to figure out from there, are you leaning more towards, like, what sort of damage are you leaning towards doing? And then you have to figure out, it's actually a good dry run for thinking through some of the stuff for the video. You have to then figure out, okay, what stats do I need to support this? Do I need to lean this more tanky, more offensive? And the thing is, you have so many pieces of equipment that are affecting your stats. You have your amulet, your rings, your accessories, your back item, all 6 armor slots, and all of your weapon slots that are all affecting your stats. And that's so friggin' much. And they're all trying to contribute to stats in the same way, so they're kind of stacking on top of each other. So you have to figure out, like, are you going deep into something, or are you kind of spreading around with your stats a little bit? And on top of that, you have to figure out your runes, and then you have to figure out what your sigils do, and those all have fairly significant gameplay effects, right? Like, if you think about Guild Wars 1 weapon prefixes, and oh man, I am getting absolutely hammered by... What were you doing, Alicia? Okay, I grant you, I maybe was hit by a lot of ignite arrows, but anyway, this is why I'm going this way, because my character and party is not super competent. But you have a bajillion different things you're having to worry about with just your stats and your stat loadout, and then you have so, like, in Guild Wars 1, if you're looking at your weapons, they play an important role in your build. Like, some skills require you to have a specific weapon equipped in order to be able to use. And things like Zealous is really important for managing your energy, but they're all little tweaks. It's not something like, oh, this weapon is nullification, or this weapon is energy or whatever. So that way, when you swap to this weapon, you get some of your endurance back, so you can dodge roll. So if, like, oh, I'm running low on endurance, that's kind of like swapping to a high energy set as a caster in Guild Wars 1, sorta. But unless it's the exact same weapon, suddenly you're changing half your skill bar, right? So it's nowhere near the same thing. And so, like, everything's pulling, like, multiple duties in that regard, and it's like, oh, this is a nullification, which means I want to hit an enemy from flanking your side to remove boons. You don't get skill-like functionality on a weapon in Guild Wars 1. That's just not how the game works. And then you have all of the specific class mechanics and the elite specializations that change those, often to be more interesting, but, like, that's an added layer of complexity. Then you have the relic you have to try to figure out, and relics are expensive, and the legendary relic is super expensive to put together, because of course it is. But that's the only way it feels like it's at all reasonable to interact with that system, other than, well, I picked the one relic, and now I'm kind of stuck with it, because they're, as far as I'm concerned, when they're, 15 gold a piece or whatever to buy, give or take 5 gold, it's like, this is kind of pricey. And then all of the best sigils are also kind of pricey, and it's the quality of your build in Guild Wars 2 relies significantly more on equipment than it does in Guild Wars 1, which means that it's significantly more expensive to be able to make a build in Guild Wars 2 than it is in Guild Wars 1. And you're significantly more handicapped from being able to make a good build by money, by your finances in Guild Wars 2 than in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 1, it's much easier to, like, it's very easy to get max gear and, like, have things be good enough. There's definitely some rune problems in Guild Wars 1, don't get me wrong. But it feels like a much worse problem in Guild Wars 2 than in Guild Wars 1 to me. In terms of, like, how much it compromises your build and things like that. Where do I even need to go here? I haven't done this in a while. I've decided I'm walking to Yakspend. So, like, once you've figuring out, like, what sort of stat loadout you need and what weapon sets you're going to be using, and spent, like, 30 hours on equipment, I don't know, that's an exaggeration, but getting your equipment loadout for, like, a high-end meta build or whatever is going to just be so much effort. And, like, you can probably get away with, like, suboptimal stuff, but then it's taking you longer to kill things, or you're too squishy or whatever. You're going to become less effective, and that's ignoring the effect of, like, sigils and relics. And then you have which healing skill, utility skills you have, but then you also need your trait skill, or your traits, and once you figured out which trait lines you're using and which specific mage you're traits you're using within the 3 tiers, and then that's going to affect your skills. Then you have to try to remember, does this skill do this thing or that thing, because it's gotten modified by traits, and just it becomes like there's Vindicator and Daredevil can change your dodge roll to functionally be a skill that's more than just a dodge, and it's like, oh, I have to remember that. So there's just Guild Wars 2 is designed to be a game where you find a build that you like and then you just stay on that build. And you learn that build and you master that build. It is not a game designed for experimentation because it is so complicated. And if you are like me and you're somebody who likes variety and you want to change your weapons around, you want to change your equipment around in various ways, well, you're going to run into this problem in Guild Wars 2 where it's like, I don't remember what this specific thing does. And you kind of have to relearn how to play each character each time you swap to them if you haven't been on them in a while. And that's a fundamental downside of how complicated it is. And I think Guild Wars 1 is a significantly less complicated system in that, while still at least... like, and this is what I was saying earlier, when you look at a skill like Flare, it's like, this is straightforward. It does fire damage, and if you're overcast, it does an AoE. Fireball, like, it's described in a sentence, and it's not like I mouse over this and 3 other skills pop up because it swaps between them, right? Okay, maybe it'll say like that. Thank you for noticing. I don't know when my microphone cut out. My apologies to anyone watching the VOD. Oh, Ghost of Althea. I should go talk to that. My microphone cable jack area got, I think, damaged from being overstrained for quite some time. And so it's very, very finicky. So I think it kind of somehow angled in such a way that it stopped working. Did you... What was the last thing you remember me saying? Because I'm not sure when it cut out. Hopefully it's back now. Okay, it's back now. 3 differences. Sentences come up. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Hi, Althea. Wonder how your beloved Rurik fares. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. I am Lady Althea, or at least I was before the Char seized me. They took me to the Flame Temple corridor and burned me alive, but I thought of my beloved Rurik and felt no pain. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean about skills not feeling as impactful as they do in Guild Wars 1. A lot of that is... I don't know why I hit that button. It doesn't do anything here against these Earth Elementals. Guild Wars 2's skills rely heavily on your stats in terms of are they going to feel effective or not. But as a general rule of thumb, enemies are a lot tankier in later game Guild Wars 2 than they are in Guild Wars 1. And that's just the design that they've gone with. I think that they should have more cannon fodder. A lot more enemies that are weaker, easier to kill. Because it feels good. You don't want all enemies to be like that, but... But the problem is they can't balance enemies in that game. And I don't mean that they're bad. I mean, literally, it's impossible to balance enemies in that game. Let's see, I need to get up that direction. I'm trying to go to Greenwich Courthouse, but I haven't done this in a while, so I'm a little lost. Not like a lot lost, just a little lost. Between people who actually have good optimized builds and like are using all of the consumables to boost their stats, like booster stats and stuff, versus people who are kind of like patching together, build together, and maybe don't have good equipment and things like that, where it makes such a big difference. And it's also like an unknown how many players are going to be around, and so they have to have systems to try to compensate for that. And it's just a whole mess. It's literally impossible to balance it effectively for everyone. And so, like, you make enemies durable enough that more experienced players feel like they actually have something to fight, and they're suddenly way too tanky for more casual players, and you make things more appropriate for casual players, and then more experienced players complain that enemies die too easily and aren't interesting to fight, and so it's literally impossible to balance. Because the balance needs are so diverse. And I think Guild Wars 1 is a lot tighter in that regard, because it's... Ironically, I think it's easier to make a bad build in Guild Wars 2 than it is in Guild Wars 1 in terms of, like, super compromising yourself. Or, like, in terms of making the game unfun. You can definitely do it in both. But, there's more... Because Guild Wars 2 is more complicated, and a lot of the build synergy stuff, or a lot of the build stuff is way subtler, because it has to do with, like, what are your stats and things like that as well. It creates this problem where you can have a lot of subtle areas where things are... Like, one of the big things that can be a problem in Guild Wars 2, for example, is if you specialize too much in defensive stats, so like toughness, vitality, and healing power. Like if you use stat sets that are geared towards that, you'll be super tanky, but you'll have garbage damage. And what that ends up meaning is that it takes forever to kill enemies and they can't kill you. And that just makes the game really grindy and tedious. And if I were to lay one really, really big criticism at Guild Wars 2 that is not a problem in like most other games that I've played, it's that your armor and weapons are all working in the same direction. You can see how time and effort are reflected in the equipment you get. but it feels like success is more about mindless grinding for hours than actual skill or being good at the game. I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think that's 100% the case, but it definitely is, like, because your equipment matters so much in Guild Wars 2, grinding to get good gear matters a lot more. And it takes more to be able to get good gear in Guild Wars 2 than it does in Guild Wars 1. Like, you either have to do, like, spend a bunch of gold on the trading post in order to get the exotics you need, or you need to grind the extremely tedious crafting disciplines in order to be able to get to craft it yourself. And you still need to grind, like, get all of the materials, and it takes for like, there's so much grind with getting materials and stuff. It's terrible. I don't have a good solution for them other than to just, like, completely rework their equipment system. Which is maybe advised anyway. But okay, we're just gonna casually over aggro too many char here. Have a firestorm, please. And I think that's... I've lost track of something else I was talking about, but that's okay. Oh, yes. Now I remember what it was. So to kind of expand on what I mean by the equipment thing. In most games, armor just increases your defensive capabilities, and weapons just increase your offensive capabilities. In Guild Wars 2, both can do both. And that means that in order to get your armor better, you actually have to think about what stats you're using with it, not just does the numbers bigger. Right, so in something like, well, in Guild Wars 1, oh, we're dealing with this. Okay. More inspiration magic, actually. Let's just ignore the char on the bridge. So in Guild Wars 1, hang on, I'm focused on navigation. In Guild Wars 1, if you look at your equipment, you have the better numbers on your weapons for dealing damage, and you have higher numbers of defense on your armor. And then you hit max armor, and then you're worried about things like what little tweaks are you doing with insignia and runes and stuff. But in a game like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, you have your armor, and it's a matter of weighing mobility versus defense stats, and in the form of weight. And then you have your weapons, and it's like there's different things that you're weighing there, but like they're not interacting in the same spot, right? And so, for the most part, and so like the calculus is very different. Armor is competing against armor and things like that. And with Guild Wars 2, because everything has stat blocks, you're kind of having to take every single piece of equipment into account for the like same sort of stat blocks, and the system generally rewards stacking the same stats, or like aiming in the same general direction, not mixing and matching. So I'll explain it better when I actually I do want to make a video about this, and I'll explain it better then, but it's just such a... I think if your armor was just about defense, like basically if I were in charge of Guild Wars 2, the first thing that I would do is I'd rip out all of the attributes. I think that they make builds way too complicated in the game. Or if I would leave them in, I would have specific things govern specific attributes. Rather than having everything affect everything or something. But as it is, I think that the attribute system is really, really bad for the game. That's my personal opinion. But Ah, yes. Resurrect gargoyles. Okay. Thankfully, resurrect gargoyles are like level 2, so they die super easily. I'm taking a weird back way to get to Greenwich. I think I normally would have turned there and gone around. This works actually quite well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure when I'm going to be recording it, but I kind of want to record it somewhat soon. It'll be a lot easier to talk about the Guild Wars 2 stuff when I have that game in front of me. And because it'll be focused on it instead of me also trying to play the game, it will hopefully be a little bit more coherent. But it's definitely something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Just because I find it really interesting from a game design standpoint. I'm just going to focus on builds. There's so many other things. There's, I think it will be 2. Which is why I want to make it. But I'm glad to hear somebody else thinks it would be a good topic. The thing is, there's a lot of stuff that I've been enjoying about Guild Wars 2 lately. But as I've been digging more into how buildcraft works in the game, I'm like, this is so much. Who knows? Well, the thing that did it for me, because I played back when the game first came out, and then I eventually realized I wasn't having fun playing it. It was just kind of work. And I played some of Heart of Thorns, and it didn't work for me. And then I just stopped playing it, and every now and then I would poke back in and be like, yep, nope, this still isn't working for me. And what really helped was actually finally giving Path of Fire and End of Dragons a chance. And I enjoyed those quite a bit. And I think that they brought it to a better design spot there. I liked Secrets of the Obscure. I do think the enemy faction that they introduced in that is too tanky overall, but okay. I'm getting little bits of crafting materials out of these, but it's kind of maybe worth it. Excuse me, maybe worth it. Barely worth it. Okay. Henchmen are a little bit higher now, which will help. Yeah, up to 13 platinum. Doing this account isolated. My main account is a little bit richer than this one, but I've been enjoying the fresher experience, you know. But it's also sometimes a little tedious to be like, oh wait, I don't have access to this resource. The big challenge has been feeling like, oh wait, I need to get all of these set up at once. Yeah, I wasn't able to do that one. I did do that, so I can go turn that in later. Actually, one thing that I think would be a huge boon to Guild Wars 2 would be a Skyrim or Elden Ring style compass at the top of the screen. So I didn't feel like I had to be staring at the mini-map to be able to locate the general directions of like resource nodes and stuff like that, or like which way is north. I think it would help immersion in the game a lot to be able to have something as a navigational aid that isn't the mini-map, because I play on the mini-map so much and the game environment is just so beautiful, but I'm not looking at it like half the time because I'm using the mini-map to try to find important things. It's really unfortunate, in my opinion. Also, another quality of life thing that I do for Guild Wars 2 is I'd get rid of harvest times. So that way, when you go up to a resource node and you want to harvest from it, you just walk up to it and hit the button and instantly get the items from it. Instead of having to stand there for 30 seconds while your character performs some sort of animation. Because you have to do that so much. It's like, I would love to have the statistics on how much player time was wasted watching the resource harvest animation. It's something that I really feel when I've like play Elden Ring and then come back and play Guild Wars 2. I see you over there, Shaman. Heal area. But I don't want you to do that. Okay. Water break. I wonder if it's the cable or the socket that gives my microphone problems. I need to generally go this direction. Which is this? 32%? Yeah, this is a pretty hefty heal, actually. 96. Yeah. A little bit better than what Alicia can do there. With her Orison, anyway. Not that Orison is a particularly impressive skill. Oh, man. Something about that crystal shining off in the distance just feels so good. On the other hand, as you mentioned, you didn't play Guild Wars 2 a lot. Joined initially, but as time went on, it started to feel more and more like a chore, just like you said. The gameplay felt repetitive, at least early on, since there wasn't much variety in what you could do. What about the system in Guild Wars 1 is how it offered flexibility with different enemies, especially in PvP, that complemented various playstyles. In Guild Wars 2, you didn't get the same feeling. Yeah, and then you ran out of tech space. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. This is so this is something that they began to address better with Heart of Thorns and did even better with Path of Fire. And enemy design in Guild Wars 2 is extremely important for making the skill system feel interesting. And I feel enemy diversity and what tools you need to bring to different enemies improves over time. And this is something that they hadn't worked out super well in core yet. Core tier or the base game or whatever you want to call it. Where do I need to go from here? Dang, that looks amazing over there. Hang on. Yeah, I see it down there. So I know exactly what you're talking about because I felt the same problem. To give ArenaNet some credit, they do an extremely bad job of teaching this, but you're supposed to watch enemy animations to find times to interrupt them and things like that, or to determine when big attacks are coming in order to dodge them. They do not, like, this is something that I have over 1,000 hours in Guild Wars 2. This is something I only realized somewhat recently when I made some new characters. Wow. Let me just turn that off. Let's just look at that for a moment. Look at that. Let me move the mouse cursor out of the way. That is gorgeous. So this is something that, like I said, I felt with core enemies. They don't reward smart play. It just feels like being able to be skillful at the game doesn't feel like it really is any different. It's just mash all of your damage buttons as soon as they're available, is generally how Guild Wars 2 felt to me after a while playing the core experience. And to some extent that is still true, but there's a lot more with later expansions and elite specializations, there's a lot more, wait, no, this skill I want to save for this specific situation, or this skill I want to use in this situation. So it feels like there's a lot more situational need for using certain skills. And man, that visual is just so good. And there's also a greater sense of like being able to recognize scenarios with what enemies are doing being rewarded, and needing to use tools in your tool set. So like in a really good example of this is ways of dealing with enemy boons only matter if enemies apply boons to themselves, right? If enemies don't use boons, then all of those skills functionally don't serve a purpose. Actually, I kind of want to get down there. I feel like this kind of curves away and up and away from where I'm trying to go. Oh, well. Let's... None of this is an actual hill I can go down, right? Yeah, no. Can I go up over here? Hang on. Guild Wars 1 geometry strikes again. This is definitely a critique you can have for Guild Wars 1. And sometimes it's shockingly mazy. And so that gives the repetitive effect that you're talking about to the feel of combat. Where it doesn't feel like anything that you do actually matters because your decisions don't feel meaningful. You just need to spam damage at enemies until they die. And that fundamentally becomes boring. Because part of what makes games fun is having meaningful decisions to make. So they're there in core, but it's much harder to observe them. Because they don't use the same telegraphing systems and things like that. And their telegraphing systems are a lot more subtle, and it feels different. What I will say is if you felt that way as I did, the later expansion packs improve their systems to make it feel that there's more meaningful decisions to make during combat. And Path of Fire does a lot to begin to address that. Or like it begins to get addressed with Heart of Thorns and Living World Season 2, quite frankly, beforehand. But the Living World Season 3 and especially Path of Fire begin to really address those issues in an effective way, I've found. And help to make combat a lot more engaging. I do think their combat system has some issues. Guild Wars 1's combat system, I do think is... It's hard to say. They're a little bit different. I think Guild Wars 1 is a little bit stronger in its combat system, but they're just very different. So it's hard to compare them directly. But they have done a lot of things to improve those systems over the years, so that's the good news. Is this the way I need to be going? Well, it certainly seems to put me in the direction I want to be going. Maybe? I don't know. I haven't done the trek from Dasa to Yaxbend, or from Greenwich to Yaxbend in quite some time. So I know where I'm going once I get to Adventurer's Vale, but Dasa is not a map that I spend a lot of time in, like, learning, and it's very intricate. Hmm. Thank you for healing my warrior. Okay, that looks promising over there where it's kind of orangey. Oh, this fireball's gonna hurt. Okay, Lava Font did the job. Another area actually of critique that I have for Guild Wars 2 is oftentimes they try to have the pace of combat be too fast in the sense that animations don't have the time to be sufficiently flashy. I think this affects the Elementalist the most to some extent, but there's some animations work really well for giving really good impactful feels. I think Engineer's Land Spear works really well in that regard, actually. Feels really good. But I kind of want a greater feeling of impact from a lot of things. And I'm not sure how to address that necessarily. Because if you look at like Elden Ring, they have some really big flashy spells, but then they become impractical to actually use in combat because you just get interrupted out of them like instantly. But I feel like there's some sort of sweet spot for them to hit, and they're a little bit too much on the like ease of use and not enough on the pizzazz, if that makes sense. It's kind of a weird, subtle thing. Also, Alicia is getting absolutely wrecked. I am glad to have this mantra for dealing with those. Yeah. You need visuals and mechanics to come together. Both are important. And it's not just visuals, it's the sound design and stuff too. There's a lot that go into making those sorts of things work. I do think MMORPGs, like what Guild Wars 2 is the hardest genre of game to design. There's just so many different things that you need to be doing with them, and so many... There's just so much complexity and challenge just inherent in trying to address all of the different needs that different players have. I find it funny that Oswald's thing there is set up before we've actually written on it, and then it goes back to not being set up when we get the quest. By design there, you mean visual design, or... Normally when somebody says design, they're talking about, like, what are the mechanics and gameplay of a game, so saying they focus on design and not gameplay is I wanted clarification. Okay. Yeah, I think that there's a... No, it's fine. It's just... The important thing is making sure that we understand what the words we're using mean. That's all. Yeah, you're welcome. I am getting eruptioned. Like, I think Guild Wars 1 is a little weak in skill effects, for the most part. And could stand to be stronger in spots. Symbol of Wrath, I'm looking at you. I mean, most of them are fine. They don't need to be, like, super flashy, but some of them could stand to have a little bit more. But, I mean, it's all... I don't know, nothing in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 feels like using Scarlet Aeonia to me in Elden Ring, and I don't know, I kind of wish something felt like it had that oomph. I know I keep referencing Elden Ring, but For you, visuals are also about how engaging the gameplay is. For example, dodging an attack when an enemy gets a red circle around them isn't particularly challenging. I focus more on gameplay elements and on how gameplay elements interact and create engagement rather than just how things look on the surface, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I think like the danger puddles, as people call them, of like where there's a, or I've heard it referred to as anyway, where there's a circle or some shape on the ground that's colored and like damage will be happening here in shortly. Don't stand here. Like that's one of the big things that they add with later expansions, and that adds a movement element or a positional element that helps. Like they have, especially in core, you'll notice this, enemies with really big. Thank you for telling me what Quickening Zephyr does. I also would rather it not be here, but I'm going to guess by the my goodness, I'm getting obstructed by the fact that Alicia's still taking a dirt nap that we don't have any resurrection signets available at the moment. Like aesthetics in games do matter, and anybody who says otherwise hasn't tried making a game where they haven't had access to artists to get good aesthetics or haven't been able to figure out a way to compensate. So aesthetics absolutely do matter. I just need to go up this hill still, right? Yeah. But you do want things to work with gameplay mechanics as well. Right, we don't have Alicia to keep us alive here. Maybe it would be best not to stay here. Okay, somehow he ended up on fire. And now we're getting our energy wrecked by Quickening Zephyr. So I think the... let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like... Okay, so I guess kind of the clarifying question I'd ask is, what are some examples of games with a dodge mechanic where you feel like the dodge mechanic works well for you? And do you prefer like more interactive or like system-y games like The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Okay, now we just have to make it north. Welcome to Traveler's Vale, everyone. Population, me and a lot of Stone Summit. Because one of the problems with an MMO is that reading enemy animations requires there not be too many other players cluttering the space. Making it hard to see the enemy. Although sometimes when that happens, you also can't see the danger puddle symbol, but... I'm looking forward to getting Alicia at a spot where she's a higher level. A dodge mechanics game like Elden Ring, or like in fighting games, are really interesting. Yeah, because the problem with an MMO is you have to worry about things like latency. Visual clarity is difficult. I just had my lava font disrupting axed. Not that you can't handle those, obviously, but... I do think that the Guild Wars 2 dodge roll. So, let me step back. I feel like Guild Wars 2 mechanically, like as a game, sits in a really awkward spot where it's trying to be somewhere between Guild Wars 1 and a more action-y game, because it grew out of Guild Wars 1 systems. And I think it would be better served being a more action-y game like a Dark Souls or like the Shadow of War games. Like Middle-earth Shadow of War feels like it's implementing a lot of very similar systems in terms of buildcraft to Guild Wars 2. But because it's focused on one character and it's a more action-oriented game, I think it works more effectively. But yeah, there's a I'm with you in that I think dodging works better and more engaging in something like Elden Ring. But part of what you have with that game is you have a resource system that's for more than just dodging. And dodging fits into the flow of overall stamina management. And you don't have a resource management mechanic in quite the same way, generally speaking, in Guild Wars 2. Obviously, the Revenant has to manage energy. That's not a huge deal in my experience most of the time. But it is a component of the Revenant, and you have the initiative for Thief. That are resources that you have to manage. And I think, like, if you were to do a really big overhaul on Guild Wars 2 to make it more of an action-y game that you could play with a controller rather than a keyboard and mouse, because you would have enough buttons, because you don't have so many bloody skills you need to be pushing, that would make for a stronger experience. That is my thought. Hey, Juniper Bark. Yes, sometimes less is more. And yeah, I definitely very much feel that. Like, Guild Wars 2 is very much so a more stuff game. And I don't think that always serves it well. Could this be Prodigy's insignia? I would love that. Undertakers. I don't think that's worth anything. Well, it's worth more than the armor, but... But yeah, that's... Like, Elden Ring is a much simpler game overall. Like, the Soul-style combat is very simple overall for a lot of... relative to a lot of combat systems, and Elden Ring is more complex than, like, Dark Souls 1, for example. You have Ashes of War and all of that. But it's not much more complicated. But yeah. Like, I do think that there's space for a more action-y game style version of what Guild Wars 1 is. Is this a Scorched Lodestone too? It is. Neat. Do I have an Expert Salvage Kit in here? Nope. I'm just going to drop this off over here because it's worth more over there. But I would think about, okay, how are we designing this to work on a controller? Excellent. Improve sale value. Okay, the rest of this stuff is junk that I don't need. It's just not worth spending resources on those things, you know? Oh, bother. The new set of mesmer attire that I want crafted requires leather, and I don't have any. On the way here, I gave all the hide strips I had to Artisan Rudger that he might produce some leather for me. Now he's nowhere to be found. I keep searching the camp, but perhaps you could find him back in the Ascalon foothills. Yeah, I probably am not in a hurry to do that one, you know? Sebado is probably who I need to talk to. And Grand Mason Stonecleaver, absolutely. Hey, Brayshaw. This is all, yeah, same sort of stuff as what I've got, so never mind any of that. These thrice damned stone summit, etc. Yes, I would be honored. Ooh, Mantra of Frost. Don't mind if I do. Gale is a really nice skill to have. I do already have unlocked somewhere else. But I am glad to have that. Howland. Whirlwind, ward against foes, and ice prison. None of those are fire magic. Okay, you have a good sleep. Yeah, that makes sense. But you take care. Thank you for dropping by. I really do appreciate it. Streaming is a lot more fun with people in the chat. Okay. Greplick, whatever. Frost Staff. I will take your Heart of Ice quest. Fragility, Power Spike, and Channeling. Left him just outside of town. So menacing everyone who tries to pass. Okay. Some good skills that would be potentially quite useful down there. Captain Osric has a bunch of random stuff that I'm not going to grab right now because it's going to adjust map spawns, and I don't want to deal with it. Okay. There's no one else to challenge Ulrich. Oh, I just remembered I need to go grab the rest of my party. Why did I double tap M? In what world would that have been helpful? Claude and Dunham. I don't know why they call him Dunham an enchanter henchman, but they do. Claude has blood ritual, which really helps Alicia manage her energy. Which I find quite important. Okay, let's maybe not wand while I have empathy on me. I want to do some of these skill quests. Kinetic armor, you say? Well, that's just rude. Armor of Earth and kinetic armor? You know there's a cap, right? Heart of Ice. He's just down there. Yeah, that's what I thought. You remember to keep an eye on my microphone just to make sure it's not randomly going non-functional on me again. Okay. Got Black Frost Staff. I think he just gives you the Heart of Ice after you quash his elementals. Turns out I have fire, and fire is good against these guys. Ice surrender here. Take the damn thing. Okay. I will take the thing. Leave me alone. Did I get the... You'll never have it. Never. You want the heart of ice? Here, take it. Just don't hurt me. I mean, I don't blame him. How long the Elementalist was... Oh, these are all the guys who give you your initial training as in your primary profession. That's cool. I hadn't realized that until just now. Neat. I do need to go up this direction. Interact with a certain set of quests up that way. Anyway, so let's go do this. Actually, no. I want to go... I'm going to go turn in the Duke's daughter first. Then I'm going to go back... I guess Duke Baradin. Heart of Ice. Nice. Love reused icon. I understand why. My poor Althea, I fear my heart will break. Thank you for telling me. I suppose I'm relieved to know the truth, however painful it is. Althea's ashes. I have been thinking about the story you told me of my daughter's ghost. I fear she cannot rest until her ashes are recovered and properly interred. Please, go to the Flame Temple corridor and gather Althea's ashes. Bring them back to me so I can lay her to rest. You'll have my gratitude. Yay, the Baradin family urn. This was an item that you could, like, keep doing the quest, and so people would, and then sell it to people to like, get the easy experience from it. I remember getting the urn from somebody at some point. You may have defeated Ulrich, but it certainly took you long enough. I was just about to come to your rescue. Anyhow, I suppose you'd like your reward. I would. Fragility is a nice unlock. Channeling is the skill that I was actually interested in. I think instead of Aura of Restoration, less healing, but it would give me some energy. Power Spike is also nice. I might have had Power Spike unlocked already, though. Howland. Ah, the Heart of Ice. Well done. Now leave me to my studies. Whirlwinds, that's an air magic spell. That's nice to unlock. Ward against foes is really nice to unlock. Ice Prison. That's definitely not one I typically will use. A bit more specialized. Okay. Yeah, inventory is clear. We'll see how things go. Whoops! Guess who doesn't have a party? I don't know what happened to them between the two spots, but here we are. At least I noticed that time. Hello, Elsa Alston. It's cold wind that scourges these mountains. No wonder they're called the Shiver Peaks. Campfires have not warmed the chill inside me, so I thought I'd walk a bit. But where is there to go? Forgive me, I'm rambling. Is there something you want to talk about? I understand. Exercise is a great way to warm up. I also just really like how each profession has its own visual aesthetic in this game. Yeah, we're going over there. We're gonna just hike our way to Kryta. It'll take a while, but hey, you. Yeah. Get that energy from channeling. Works a little bit better if there's a few more foes around you. Should be getting some more skills, I think, off of Sin and Menlo. There's a quest up here, I think. Question is, will I get enough energy from channeling to make it worth casting from an energy management standpoint? The answer is probably no. I am intentionally trying to stand closer to enemies in order to be able to be in channeling's range. In the area is a fairly large AoE, but it's not like your shot either, so... I hear you over here, Juniper Bark. Well, channeling has refunded its energy at this point and is now netting me energy. Kind of thought it would in these sorts of situations, and now it's gone. As the bane of elementalists everywhere, strip enchantments comes into play. That tree was really in my vision there, wasn't it? This guy's taking a little bit of damage off. I'm probably lagging a bit behind in my fire magic, quite honestly. I'd be probably better served taking points out of my other two attributes in order to spec more into that one, but, you know. It's a bit of a thing I can't do right now. Well, with being in an explorable zone. It's a nice, like, doubled the damage increase. These enemies don't tend to target me very much, which I find interesting. There's Artemis, the sometimes dead ranger. It's actually... I don't know what she's doing out here at level 2, but I can tell you she gets herself killed an awful lot. The gold was not a valid spell target. I want everyone to know this. There's Ironhorse Mines. Not sure what's required. If Sin spawns here or where she spawns. Pretty sure there's a quest with her. It might be inside. Mines. I may or may not actually do this quest. No, I don't remember. Yeah, because I don't want to go back to Traveler's Vale, so I'm probably not really going to do that right now. I will keep an eye out. I'm pretty sure Cinnamenlo, or I do recall Cinnamenlo having a quest out here, but it might be a monk quest, not a general quest. So, actually, I'm better off going the other direction. I'm not going to go do Minar's thing. Going this way and then over to here. The Delrimmer Bowl is better. I think, probably. It's a spot, I have to admit, where it'd be really nice to be able to mount up on them like Raptor, Warclaw, or whatever and just go zooming. But that is not this game. If I wanted that, by golly, I should have... I don't freaking know. There's not a really good option at this point in time in the game, honestly, for running faster. Windborne speed? I don't even know if I could get it at this point or not. I haven't checked. So that's why I don't know. Not saying I couldn't have, just... Are there any good spammable, like, point-blank area of effect spells? I don't think so. I was thinking of what would work well with channeling. Monks will use it sometimes to help with their energy management, particularly in areas where they're expecting a lot of melee and stuff like that. It's really useful against melee enemies. Excuse me. I don't know. I've been a little tired today. I didn't sleep quite enough the last couple days. Woke up a little too early, mostly. Well, I did not appreciate having my enchantment shattered. A little more than 30. Like 31 armor against fire, maybe? Based upon numbers. Looks like we're about to get ourselves into a brawl here. My fat-fingered Mantra of Frost, which I didn't really mean to use, but doesn't matter too much. It's like 3-4 gold, something like that. Another sage over there, so no point putting my enchantment up just to get it stripped. No. Got Orion. They gave like toes and foot pads to the Dolyak that they're riding. Interesting. I always thought of Dolyaks as hooved, but these guys clearly are not. I have not thought about Dolyak feet in particular before. So yeah. Actually, I think there's a spot I can cut through over here. It's probably better than going around that. I've done this run in reverse before. I don't remember how, because I think I did this on Sophia Ash, but I don't really remember the route I took with her. Yeah, because there's a path around over there. I think I'll go over that way. Definitely take out this Dolyak rider. Yeah, cause see, this is hooved. Are the beasts that the Beastmasters ride on not Dolyaks? I'd always kind of thought that they were, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not so sure. Because the Dolyak riders are clearly on a very, like, they're on a creature that, I mean, has hooves, so... I've never thought about that before. There we go. Got that Dolyak rider out of the way. Bit of a round little curve there. I was going to say roundabout, but that's not quite the right term. I was really expecting to be hit by more ice spells by these ice golems. They've been consistently surprising me by not using more ice magic on me. Lovely location in here. I love the light streaming through the craggy rocks overhead. Very lovely. Yeah, it's probably time to lay the Mantra Frost to rest. Certainly will be by the time I get to Icetooth Cave. Which I think I'm getting pretty close to, right? Big 3. I love the snow particle system that they have. It does a really good job of feeling like gentle winter flurries. I love snow so much, and I unfortunately live in an area where we don't get much snow, and it makes me sad. Yeah, like I needed to be a little bit closer to start getting energy off of channeling. Channeling is pretty sweet for a dervish. Oh man. Guys, back there. I want to look at the nice, pristine, snowy expanse of the Shiver Peaks. Okay. That's what it is. I double tapped the flag to like cancel it. That's why I think I double tapped M for the map that one time back there. I got confused about why I did that. Thanks for sprinting after me, Stefan. I don't know. However, we want to be saying that Henshi's name. Deadly Cesta. Was it Kesta? I don't know. C is a silly letter in English. You know what letter we should have in English? The schwa. We've decided every vowel letter can make the schwa sound. talking with my sister about this on our walk earlier, but English is really, really, really goofy. It's like we have so many different vowel sounds, but we only have the 5 vowel letters to represent them with. And it is real messy. Okay, I think I need to go up, around, and over. And yeah, right there's the zone portal. You can kind of see it on the minimap now. I've uncovered enough at this spot. We're starting to see some of the Minotaurs too. It's Anvil Rock, right? And then down to Deldrim or Bowl down here. There's the zone portal there. We got a lot of walking ahead of us is what I'm saying. I don't think Norn Stonegrim has anything particularly useful. I'll put Mantra of Frost on because Necromancers sometimes use ice damage or cold damage. So does Air Ellies sometimes. Oh, I can Storm Eye. Not as good of one as I've got, but you know, it's there and available. Let's hydrate. Delicious, delicious water. Okay, Anvil Rock. Yeah, along the northern route here, past all of these Minotaurs is probably the way I want to be going. He has a lot of Minotaurs, though. Like, look at all these Minotaurs congregating around us. Just, oh my goodness, I gained so much energy. Ah, man, friggin' AoE in Guild Wars 2 just feels so much worse. Because in this game, you actually put up numbers, you know? Like lots of numbers, because you're hitting... You can stack so much, and... Ugh. All those enemies, and all I got was a curved horn and a bottle of grog. That's fine. I'm not really fighting them for the loot. The experience points are kind of nice, actually. But, they're just in the way, and they're going to continue being in the way until I make them not be in the way. That's the reason why I'm fighting these enemies. I still don't have Rush unlocked. I think I need to go buy it, but it's just like my funds are so limited. It's like, where do I prioritize using them? Well, skills kinda is on like that I'm not immediately needing are just not as high of a priority as like armor. So, you know, a lot of it has gone towards that sort of thing. This is very shiny armor. Okay. Ice Tooth Cave is just over there. We need it on our map for much later when it becomes a relevant location. Right now it's just some random outpost in the middle of nowhere, like Maguma State or one of the better examples. Where are some of the other? Temple of the Ages is kind of in the middle of nowhere, for being realistic about it. Maguma State is a really, really good example of like an outpost that's just like, just absolutely nowhere land. probably the best example of that. So I don't think there's any reason to go to Maguma State except for cartography. There's a skill trainer there, I think, but you can just get everything from Everlight Camp anyway, so. Man. I hope we get snow this year. We did not get snow last year. I think they're saying because of El Nino weather patterns or something meant that we didn't get any snow. That was really disappointing. Machas Iron Jaw. What are you collecting? You give me bad Crichton robes for curved minotaur horns. Neat. I don't know who's coming out here doing that, but neat. Still level 8, you're telling me. All the way out here. The henchmen are still level 8. Okay, still not worth salvaging these things. Guess I'm not surprised. Probably worth it for something like cloth, but or not cloth. Probably something worth it for something like plant fibers, but I don't know how it's snowing in here. Hang on. Why is there a tree over here? You know what? Sometimes these questions don't have answers. That's okay. They don't have to. A few hundred gold here, a few hundred gold there, and pretty soon you have a platinum. Man, I wish I could transfer gold coins from my Guild Wars 1 account to my Guild Wars 2 account. I'd be rich. Just scoop 400 gold off of here. Drop 400 gold off in Guild Wars 2. Means a lot more there. A lot harder to get to platinum's worth. No wonder nobody uses the Guild Wars 1 skill system anymore. It's too expensive. It requires so much platinum. Okay, yeah. Rather not fight. Take the time to fight these enemies. I love the little bit of like snowdrift that they had over there. That was really neat. I'm gonna get down over to there. I want to get a Deldrimmer Bowl. I should have taken Mantra of Frost off my bar. Actually, I'm not sure what I'd put on. I'm not sure what I would put on instead. Or Restoration, maybe? I still only have 4 fire magic spells. I have more domination skills than I have anything else. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess I have more earth magic too. And I have earth attunement. But like, am I really bringing 2 wards, 2 defensive skills, and eruption? No, I'm not. I let myself get killed because I was too busy looking at my skills. That's okay. Let's just keep going. And maybe pay a little bit more modicum of attention this time. They are using Winter, so Winter does make Mantra of Frost a lot better. You know, in theory. Yeah, see, right there. Giving me energy and I'm taking less damage. It's perfect. Good job, Spirit of Winter. You're benefiting me for a change. Instead of doing nothing or making my attacks feel like they're probably worse. Okay, Deldrimmer Bowl. Down to beacons. And hopefully, when I hit beacons, I'll get a friggin' upgrade to the levels of my henchmen. My goodness. Level 8? An Icetooth Cave? Not 10. I'd have at least expected 10 by this point. They really don't want you relying on them. Okay, we are going to fight these guys, because I've got a long enough track. I don't want to... I think these guys might be resistant to cold damage. What do you think? All damage is cold because of winter. I'm doing like half damage to these guys. And they're lower level than me. Oh man, Deldramer Bowl and Mineral Springs use kind of like the same art aesthetic, and it's one that I really love. All of these like aspen and other birch and whatever spindly trees, and the so bright and clear, and love it. Hey, you have a fireball. There we go. What if I killed Winter? I don't seem to be doing tremendously more damage, I'm going to be frank. But it might have been a ranger that I just hit. And they do tend to have a lot of armor against elements in general, so... Might not be Winter exclusively. I wanted to leave you guys alone, actually. We'll fight these guys in the neck over here. Choke point. That's what they call these. What are you using, Orion? Yeah, incendiary bonds. That might be it. I'm not sure. Eh, 34 is a little bit better than I think it might have been with Winter up. I'm not sure. I am going to make this Shiver Peak Protector nice and toasty. Looking forward to that being slightly better numbers. Yeah, it is being reduced a little bit. Rumble. You can't hear it, but it sounds like my dad fired up his Jeep outside and it went all rumble in the engine parts. Good old ICE, internal combustion engine. That's that for an acronym for you. Like actually an acronym too, not an initialism or whatever. Lava font. I do wish Guild Wars 2 was a bit less scared about pinning the player in place for animations. Or, I don't know. There's an animation that they have where your character kind of like floats up and like sticks around backs and stuff. That's somewhat reminiscent of this animation right here. They have a similar one in Guild Wars 2 that I think looks really freaking cool. But like if you're... So they use it on an Elementalist heal skill that channels in that game. But you can move around while doing it. And so your character, instead of just floating around, will just start running around while their top is in that pose and just looks so goofy. And the full pose, if you're not moving, looks so cool. And it's just like, annoys me a little bit. Annoys me a little bit. It's not a big deal, realistically. And frankly, trying to get it to not do that would probably be a huge burden on their animation system to make like an exception. Or like not a huge burden, but like a technical point of complication. And you generally want to avoid adding those when you can, because they make things break. Stefan knows what's up. Well, I was using that flare. Thank you very much. Interrupting it with disrupting chop and making it have a 20-second recharge. Feels like I can't contribute anymore. What am I without my flare? Especially when my wand is as weak as it is. My goodness. Pathetic little 3 to 5 damage. No, not even a requirement. A little pea shooter there. I'm ignoring these guys. I'm just gonna march straight to Beacon's Perch because I'm close enough. My henchies can distract them. I love those random, like, animal cries, bird sounds and stuff. They do a lot for the ambiance of this game. This game has really good ambiance. Arctic winds. I will say, part of me likes the Guild Wars 1 music coming back in Guild Wars 2. It feels nice and nostalgic. And sometimes it's like, this isn't the appropriate place for this song. And I feel... I have feelings. Okay, at least we're level 10 here. Hungry Devourer. Shatter Enchantment and Lightning Strike. Those are both good skills for me to get on this character. I kind of don't want to do that now. So I'm going to get the 2 Crytic quest. I'm going to grab this, and I am not going to do it yet. I just want to make sure I remember it. But I want to go get some henchmen. Or some heroes. So that way I am in less of a not great spot. Hey, old Mac. How are you doing? Sure, Joe can help me out. But only if we get lucky. I'm not. I mean, I want to do that quest, and I want to do the Deserter quest because they give me skills, and I want free skills because that's good. But I'm not feeling urgent about it. Okay, well, at least my henchmen have leveled up. They gained 2 levels, walking from Ice Tooth Cave to Beacon's Perch. This is a problem with spamming Flare, is it becomes very easy for it to get interrupted by a disrupting skill that then gives it an additional 20-second recharge, which is a 20-second recharge. But it's really, really awkward. I still didn't rejigger my attribute points and stuff, but that's probably for the best. Hello, I see you attacking some of our refugees. Have you considered not doing that? Yep. Shiver Peak Centaurs. How much are these guys still a problem in Guild Wars 2? You ever think about the fact that centaurs have 2 rib cages? I never thought about that until somebody pointed it out once. And it's like, well, how do their internal organs setup works? Like, how does that work? They have 2 sets of lungs. 2 stomachs. These ones clearly have nipples on their pectoral muscles. Because ArenaNet put them there. Do their females have multiple sets? I don't know. Centaur anatomy is really kind of weird. Don't think about it too hard. Are we seriously aggroing everything down there also? The answer is apparently yes. Thank you for the blood ritual. I do appreciate it. It does help. They're spaced just enough that my AoEs aren't like hitting multiple enemies at all, and that's kind of rough. Apparently the refugees decided these guys were worth fighting. Here, have a firestorm. Yeah, they take slightly more damage if it's not cold damage. Where is this 15 gold coins? It is over here. Nice. Okidoki. Or as we say, okidoki, Smokey. Don't know who Smokey is supposed to be in that, though. Person you're saying okidoki to, I guess. Kind of was tempting fate, I recognize, but in my defense, I thought it would be worth it, and it was not. Oh my goodness. Hi, it's me. I would like to have, ooh, energy. I'd like to have some spells to cast. Here, I'll take some of your energy. For health. Okay, I love to see a distracting shot not interrupt my skill. Oh my goodness, I am getting de-shotted left and right, and it is brutal. It doesn't help that my depth of skill choices is 4. Okay, fire magic, go. I'm buying Meteor Shower from Captain Greywind. Because it isn't given to you in a skill quest, to be clear. That's the earliest spot you can buy it. Just need to make sure I have enough funds on hand for that. Don't know how much it'll cost. Meteor Shower's not even like that good. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like that good. Ranger Olsen. Actually, let me double check. Meteor Shower. Yeah, skill trainers, Signet of Capture. A bunch of places you can Signet of Capture it in Eye of the North. Interestingly enough. But Captain Greywind is your first chance to purchase it. So I remember that from my very first character, which was an Elementalist warrior, that this character is a reference to with the Rex last name, because that character used an old name that I used to use of King Templar. So it's made an Elementalist for the slow playthrough based on that. But yes, thank you for that. I remember being very excited to get Meteor Shower on that character. And that was at a time when enemies didn't run from AoE, so the meta was to Echo and Arcane Echo, Meteor Shower, and just stand outside. Spellcasting range is slightly bigger than the aggro bubble, so you just stand in spellcasting range and drop a bunch of spells, a bunch of Meteor Showers on the enemies, and wait for them to all get pummeled to death. Throw in a Firestorm in there for good measure. It's good times. Good times. I understand why they changed it. But, you know, I'm still going to have fond memories of those days. Then it was the Spiteful Spirit meta after that. I'm looking at all the enemies' feet. What's happened to me? I'm just like curious, like how do they decide what sort of feet to give the enemies? These guys have big old toes. Okay, well, maybe didn't quite make the money or the energy back from that channel, but that's okay. It's not like that critically important. Ever since I noticed the char bean things that people go crazy over on cats. Let's not worry about that too much. Let's just go through to Griffin's Mouth. Master Seeker Nathaniel. I would like this quest, please. Thank you. Okay. That one did not survive. Mark of Aiden. You can pick these up if you want to. Show your friends. The Mark of Aiden. There's no good reason to pick them up, by the way. Maybe, well, there's the minor reason that maybe it'll help you avoid getting lost if you don't know. Like, because it will mean that you'll pick up the marker, so you just have to look for another one, maybe, instead of getting lost on the ones that you've already been by. I don't know. This whole business with follow the wolf snow through the snow feels a bit, I don't know, it gets you through here, I guess. Not super important is, I guess, the word that I'm looking for. There's our next Mark of Aiden. See, we can come over here and we can click on this one too. And they stack. Isn't that lovely? I've gotten a lot of energy from this particular channeling. Hey, random white mantle warriors, because we're still on your side. Nice to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Cutting through these Ettins. My Mark of Aiden. I don't know why you ran that way, but it's maybe not the best plan. I barely have enough inspiration to make it's worth it, but do have kind of close to enough. Well, that one definitely has felt fairly worth it. It's helping in lieu of not having an attunement. Or in the face of not having an attunement, I should say. I'd rather have fire attunement than channeling. But since I don't, I'll take channeling instead. Channeling, a little bit like having your attunement. Oh, hey, this Ettin is blocking snow. Neat. That sort of thing can be a problem a lot in this game. I mean, not that much, realistically, but it definitely becomes a problem. In particular, NPCs aren't able to go to where they need to go because they're being body blocked. Give me this. Give me my stuff. Snow already made it to this Mark of Aiden. Neat. I wish I could give Aiden his marks. Oh, I don't like these Ettins. Okay. Hang on. The Edens can, on occasion, wander over to where Aiden is and kill him, which is bad for your quests, needless to say. It's real hard to turn it into him if he's dead. I don't think they should have been able to have quest NPCs like that end up in conflict, but you know what? This is not my call. If it was my call, I would make a different one. I see hump. There's a joke in there somewhere that I'm not going to make. Speak with Ambassador Brown. Yes, I will speak with the ambassador. Thank you. We've seen that not that long ago. On this very streaming channel. St. Tier's streaming channel, specifically. Okay, we will make our way over to the one place and then make our way back. Yeah, I do have to turn around to talk to the ambassador. I don't know why they made that decision. No, Prince Rurik's fine. He's still in Ascalon. Don't worry about it. Okay, if they're going to deep freeze me, I am going to use Mantra of Frosts. Oh, boy. Fighting through zones like this can be a really big slog. Especially when things are kind of boring and all you're doing is spamming flare. It's not great. Apparently this guy's dealing cold damage too, which is kind of neat. Yeah, I don't know. I was not expecting that. Okay, now I'm hobbling along because my character got crippled. It's fine. We'll get better. It's just a knee wound. Okay, our knee's feeling better. Good. Limping is probably the word I should have used there. I just thought of it now. Kind of want that lightning strike and some air magic so I can hit things without missing. What do I even have under air? Not much, if we're being quite frank about it. I should look up Chain Lightning. I don't know if that's a... Chain Lightning is the air magic skill of my dreams. But I'm not sure if I get that via skill quest or not. These bone minions out of here. We can ignore that guy though. Hey you, give me some energy. Sure, whatever. I'll take the thing that I accidentally did. Couple of masterless minions, you say? Corpse of Monk. No, no, do not want grasping ghouls. I have been grasping ghouled. I said I didn't want this. Masterless minions. Grasping ghouls are a problem and a menace. decayed or emblem. Can't be that decayed. Or just has this huge association with the undead. I don't know. That's just a thing that's happened to them. I don't know if ArenaNet kind of typecast them that way somehow, or what exactly led to it, but between undead or in... You know, I was really hoping when I hit the spacebar that you'd path over there. Between the undead or the undead Orions in Prophecies, and then the Risen in Guild Wars 2, they really are known for their zombies. Are these marks of Aiden? No particular use to them. One item to identify. Highly salvageable. Probably means it's... Oh, 18 bones. That's not bad. Okay. Most of this stuff does not seem worth salvaging otherwise, though, so... I shan't. There's 18 bones and an iron ingot. Actually, I should do that after I've hit up the merchant. The merchant. Sedgier. It's kind of a peculiar name. At least to my ears. Is really how I evaluate that sort of thing. Okay, hang on. I talked about this. I want fire magic and then energy storage. Get this out of here. It's inspiration or whatever. Aura of restoration and random domination magic spells? What would even be good? Power Sprite and Shatter Hex. I have found the what would even be good options. Excellent. I don't know how often I'm going to Power Spike a foe, but you know what? It's there in case I want to. Random interrupts can be quite useful. Also, I don't feel like going through the gates of Kryda, so I'm going to walk around. Hello, Margo Oil Wavebreaker. I predicted wrongly. That's okay. Here. Let me help you with your hacks there. Okay. I got an entire little bit of additional damage out of this. Deep Freeze is a pretty strong spell. I'm going to be unleashing at this point, quite frankly. There's the Deep Freeze. Aha! I mesmered it. Go me. All I had to do was pay entirely too much attention to that enemy and wand it until it cast its spell. That was maybe not entirely worth it, but you know, here we are. Spawns are a little bit different. I attribute that to not being under that one particular quest anymore. That was influencing them. Okay, I'm just going to shatter this off myself. It's being very annoying. Queued up the interrupt, got it. So that was nice. Here, Claude. Move freely again. My energy-giving friend. Where does this want me to go? Oh. You know, just all the friggin' way back to Ascalon to the Flame Temple Corridor, that's all. No, I don't think I will. I think I will, in fact, not go that way. I will go around this way, however. We have found a new set of enemies to fight. Blue dye. Don't mind if I do. Bog scales. Oh man, I caught that life siphon by luck. Excellent. I thought I just hit the button like a doofus. It's a good idea to make sure Stefan doesn't have snare hexes on him. It seems somebody else is committed to that duty as well, which is good. I want them. I want Alicia and or Dunham to be committed to that duty. You know what? Kill the enemies up here. Can we just go around up here and not fight other guys down there? Looks like it. These are Morgoils, not Morgul Wavebreakers, so I hit the wrong button. So these ones are Mesmers, who will make wanding energy terrible for us. Takes slightly less damage from my fire spell as well, interestingly enough. I don't know if there's a level difference. I haven't really thought about it. That could explain it. Is there a Wavebreaker around here? Doesn't... Oh, yep. The level 12 versus level 14. So there is a slight level difference. Morgul Wavebreakers are slightly lower level. Which is probably why. Okay. This way. Maybe we will not encounter more foes as I make my way to the zone portal and drink some water. My hopes are dashed. There are, in fact, Morgoils. Just Morgoils guarding the zone transition, which means they're not actually that dangerous. And I will ignore them. And make my way to North Kreta Province. That's a good stretch. This game loads so much faster than Guild Wars 2, probably because it's significantly smaller file size. That always helps with that kind of thing. We'll probably talk to the archivist guy down here. That would make sense. It's always interesting how different games have different concepts for how big of a spell flare or fireball or whatever is, and what's like the ultimate fire spell. That sort of thing. Here, we're invoking Rogdort. So, you know, that's cool. Neat. These guys are a little bit weak to fire. Not a lot, but a little bit. Same amount as Morgoils, apparently. So that's cool. Monstrous. These guys can drop monstrous fangs? Neat. I did not know that. They apply enchantments to me to help me, and it only hurts me. And then also helps me. There's Archivist Ithmar. I'm going to clear out this bog scale and then activate his quest. That, also, I should add, is a lot of bog scale. rather have a second copy of Slow Barbs than somebody else getting there first, so... I think I hit the wrong button at one point there. A lot of demonic flesh triggers. That used to increase your maximum HP, but it was not particularly good, so it got changed to a different skill entirely. And now does like an AoE when you target something. Hello, Mantra of Lightning and Inferno. Yeah, I'll take Inferno. I will happily take Inferno. Be stuck with fewer Mesmer skills on my bar? Yes, please. I mean, the Mesmer skills aren't bad, strictly speaking, but I'm not... I'm at a phase where it's best to kind of... and a profession where it's best to kind of be focused, you know? Balthazar in your fire and all that. Excuse me. I continue to have not had enough sleep last night. Nothing magically changed over the last hour or whatever it's been. At least the microphone's been continuing to work. Glad for that. That sounds to me like somebody successfully completed their archiving work. Thank you. Mantra of Lightning. Definitely happy to have this available. I don't know when I'm going to want to use it exactly, but Inferno I will absolutely take over this interrupt that I'm going to have a hard time timing. Yes, let's swap that in Firestorm. Okay, thank you, Archivist. I deeply appreciate it. Now I can Infern with the best of them. Inferno. 100 damage. Yeah. It's just adjacent, but run up to these guys and just absolutely pop them one. You can see what it means to be adjacent, though. This guy didn't get hit. $12 energy discount is pretty good. I just remembered that that's a dead end. I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I need to go over this way and go up. We're not far from LA. I'm just enjoying the ambient sound effects. The crickets and the occasional other little trilling things and stuff. I like them. They make me happy. Yeah, there's a couple of dudes. There's that little village outside LA. Man, that was a whole thing. I wonder if anybody got any footage of it. There's a Kurzig and a Luxon over there, Dalos Sikaris and Micah Ulrikar, that, like, before the factions release, like, leading up to it, they had a whole thing introducing the different factions. They made a huge deal out of the factions, and then they did not, and I have a lot of critiques of factions, Guild Wars factions, in terms of how they handled the Kurziks and the Luxons and stuff, but I thought they needed to be centered in the plot more. It felt very, like, first pass plot. Oh, okay. These guys are kicking me butt with their fiery damages. And it is sizzling time. Okay. Now that I am no longer actively on fire, but there's a whole like thing with like, oh, they fled over here and their families came here and there's a big old conflict and it was kind of a big deal that was made of it, is what I'm saying. And now they're just kind of there as a relic of a ancient event that you had to be there for. And I'm wondering if anybody got any footage of that, because this was 2006 probably. Like, YouTube was likely around, but it would have been early YouTube, and I don't know, screen recording software was not where it currently is either. So we're talking them old days. It was like Ultracam and whatever it was called. Hypercam? Something like that. There's jokes to it. I've seen people put like the watermark on videos and stuff. It's not like as convenient as OBS is now. OBS is great. I'm using it right now, in fact, to stream. But I use it for recording my videos and stuff too. It does the job quite well. We're gonna say hi to Mox. Oh yes. Oh yes we are. Hi Mox. I am the one. Thank you. I'm happy to be the one. Okay. So I need to make sure I have some funds on hand. So I'm going to make sure I've got a plat. Withdraw a plat. There we go. Blue dye, welcome to the collection. Enjoy your stay. I'm not going to worry about talking to Bodris right now. Okay. Nice. Oh, we'll worry about... Sir? To talk like a pirate tide, don't you know? That's why you're dressed like a corsair. Ahoy there, you blubbering barnacle. Oh, yes. Yes, Gordon Ecker. I need to talk to you. This is urgent, important business. Give me this book. Thank you. Give me this quest. This is much less urgent business than this book. I think I've been forgetting that book on other characters. Okay, let's get Stefan out of here, and let's get Mox in here. Mox, I want to slash monk you so you can resurrect people. Okay. What's going on here? What am I doing? I want... Earth prayers. Significant pious light, pious renewal. Twin moon. Do I have? Yes. Rending sweep. Pious assault. Mighties, and you know what? Let's just give you remove hacks. Give you some additional utility. Okay, that'll do. Stefan already replaced with somebody better. Huzzah. Get Mox in here. Okay. Time to go talk to Captain Greywind. Line guard, Riddick. I'm gonna grab this. Okay. Let's just wait here for these guys to talk, because I want to do this quest also, because this is a skill quest, and they're going the same place I am, so I might as well do it at the same time, you know? And we only just arrived and cried, please don't get us thrown out immediately. Already? Whatever. Did someone just say I've never understood sand with a henchman? I know I was drinking water, but like... What's there to get? It's finely ground rock. I don't know. You had waterways in Ascalon. Giant's Basin is a great salt lake. Interesting. Wastrel's Worry and Lightning Orb. Well, Wastrel's Worry is certainly better in Prophecies than it is in some of the other campaigns. Yeah, Wastrel's Worry is useful because it ends quickly, so natural resistance makes it end faster on enemies in Prophecies. And ending faster means that it triggers sooner, so it's harder for them to cause it to come off of themselves, so it deals more damage more rapidly, so it's actually quite effective. Highly recommend it against Prophecies bosses if you have domination magic that you're using. I was just thinking, this is something that's kind of interesting to think about. Meteor Shower kind of feels like a skill that almost feels like an elite skill in some regards. And that got me thinking of like, okay, what if they had the ability to, like, an elite version of Meteor Shower? Then I'm like, what if they had an elite version of every skill? Then I'm like, what if you could promote skills to be elite status? So that's just an interesting sort of thought of like, what would that do? The elite version of any given skill. A lot of work. Unless you just had some sort of very simple algorithm going on to pump them up. Mox is doing an excellent job of just completely undervaluing my entire rest of my team, including myself. I just need to go all the way up there, talk to Captain Greywind, buy Meteor Shower, drop off Sin Menlo. Is Eve with us? Aiden and Devona. No, Eve has not joined us yet. She will at some point. You say anything? These White Mantle characters are nothing but usurpers. The royal family of Kryta are the rightful rulers here. I have some serious misgivings about the gods of White Mantle. What power do they possess to cause the Krytans to abandon the worship of the gods of their forefathers? It's a good question. There's been a lot of talk about these Shining Blade bandits. We should keep an eye out for the scum. Yeah. I'm not sure we gained much in coming to Kryta. These undead are worse than the Char. One good thing about it, things can't get much worse for us, eh? Yeah. What happened to all the black soil in Kryta? Because I feel like that's not a feature of Guild Wars 2 Kryta, but it's like the contrast between the greens and the black soil is like a really important part of the Krytan aesthetic. Also, these more tropical plants. I don't know. I feel like Kryta took on Ascalon's character in Guild Wars 2 to some extent, and I miss some of the like foliage and architecture to some extent. The architectural styles are somewhat similar, but I miss some of the foliage in particular, as well as the Ow, that is my face getting absolutely wrecked. Mox is saving me, though. Along with the horde of NPCs I have with me. But yeah, the foliage and the black soil. I don't know what happened to them, and I missed them. And that Lynx somehow got aggroed. It's not worth thinking about. That Lynx. Here's the Ascalonian settlement. That's what we're here for. We're coming in the backside, but we're coming into it. Usually don't go around the front. Okay. Just walk this path. There's the prize-winning hog. We'll be back for you later. Not much longer, quite frankly, from now. I will have replaced Shatter Hex with Meteor Shower. My aura just fell off and I lost 5 energy. Because of my flame artifact that gives me plus 5 energy while enchanted. Just kind of a weird mod to have on a focus, but it's a weird focus. It's from early prophecies. What can I say? Hi, Farmer Dirk. I'll be back soon. I'll be back with more Meteor Shower. Glyph of Sacrifice could not exist in Guild Wars 2. I don't think. Could it? Could they have... Like, activation times are just not as big of a deal in that game as they are in this one. The 5-second activation time of Meteor Shower is super long in this game. So, Glyph of Sacrifice allowing you to make it instant. Yeah, it takes 30 seconds longer to recharge, but instant activation is really strong. Hey, Captain Greywind. I should have picked up more quests in Lion's Arch. Thank you. I'm not going to equip either of those now, but... oh, Wastrel's Worry unlocked. I think I already had Lightning Orb from... someone else. I want... Meteor Shower. I think that's the first skill I have purchased on this character, because that was 50 gold. Good old Meteor Shower. I also should pick up Resurrection Signet, because that's a good one to have available. I'm gonna look up a couple of these. Just see. Stone Daggers. Is this? Yep, skill quests. I'll be getting that later from a skill quest. Stoning. Faction skill quest. Not. Okay, I'm gonna pick up Stoning because this does not gotten, or I'm not given it by a skill quest in this game. Interesting. I wonder if I have it unlocked somehow already. Because normally First Watch Sergio sells it, not Captain Greywind. So I must have it unlocked somewhere else. Okay. I'm content there. With those skills. Okay. Let's go and do something about this hog. Unfortunately, buying a skill does not give you the prompt that lets you just equip it right away, because otherwise I would have absolutely just dropped Meteor Shower on my bar instead of Shadow Hex, and I would have felt good and nostalgic about it. But here we are. Beautiful here, isn't it? Though I do miss Ascalon. Ascalon that was, anyway. So do I. Settler, so do I. Hey, Farmer Dirk. Leech Signet and Gale? Isn't that doubling up on Gale? You already gave me Gale. Well, that's a bit of a jerk move. Leech Signet's good to get, though. Don't know why they have 2 quests that reward you with Gale. Feels like an oversight that just never got fixed. It's not like I can do anything about it, because that's my primary, so... Here we are. Okay, get out of here, price winning hog. Get back to your farmer. I find it really interesting that they use the warthog here, but they do have a pig model that you see elsewhere. Man, they love their pig chasing mechanic, and I don't know why, but they use it quite a few times. Oh yeah, I caught that guy in the middle of healing Signet. More damage. Excellent. I hate how bad Elementalist damage feels sometimes. Look at that nice 28 damage hit. Yeah, these guys dramatically outclassing my armor or my attack, my strike level specs or whatever. Okay, that was just a poorly placed Inferno in that case. So I think what my priorities here, now that I'm in Kryta, I want to go up to the Eye of the North to get those heroes, because that's going to be a huge, huge boon. Just no two ways about it. It is going to be huge. I also want to jump to factions. I'm going to want to look at some of my armor options for max level armor. Because if they use cloth, I think I have close to enough cloth to actually get a max armor, or max armor level armor set, and that would be a huge boon. This friggin' pig. I feel like we got all the Gypsy Ettins at once. No, not that way. The other way. Oh my goodness. Are you running from the henchman? Guys, stay back here. I'll call you if I need you. We'll try to get you to get closer, but if you're making this harder for me, you know. Some pig. Come on, get over there. See? Regular pigs. Prize-winning hog. Lost half of them in the steering, and the other half got turned into bacon for the journey through the mountains. Thank you for Leech Signet. That is a very good skill to have unlocked. Yeah. Not going to equip it right now, but I'm quite happy to have that one unlocked. Let's go to Virgin Hot Springs and stuff. And that flag, because it doesn't matter. Oh man, it's nice to have mocks. I can also pick up elemental skills from Cantha, which would be really big for me. Let's actually start by going over to Nebu. Let those guys fight some. Hey, Salty Grease. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Four maps left. Ooh, you're almost there then. Congratulations. That's a task and a half. Doing world completion in Guild Wars 2 takes a while. Okay, Caleb. Illusion of weakness and grasping earth. Interesting. A snare and a weird not getting yourself killed spell. Ah, I love this map and the orangish sky. It looks so good. It's like a tropical sunset up there, and I love how that looks. Okay, guys, you're in the shot. Get out of my shot. Look how that looks. So good. What happened to all the Crichton palm trees? I ask you. I have to double check. Guild Wars 2 Kryta, but it really feels like the climate there must have shifted dramatically, and I don't know, it feels too Ascalonian in Kryta, environmentally, and it bothers me in Guild Wars 2. All right. Time to go fight some more Tengu. Just go to your stupid wind place and get out of my hair, would you? Oh my goodness. I am feeling so sad right now as a poor Elementalist, having my damage halved by these things. Ugh. Let's see. So I'm currently at about 33 strike level. So they have to be in the 70s. Yeah. About 70 armor? Really? Against fire damage? At level 12? That seems a little bit... Not gonna lie, the saddest part of map comp for you has been the chart areas because they just crop on Guild Wars 1 stuff every other minute. Yeah. There's some references that I enjoy and stuff, but like... I know, I was mentioning earlier before you got here, one of the things that bothers me about a lot of Guild Wars 2 maps is because they bound the regions differently, maps feel really different, and it's like, oh, you removed the mountain here. That was perfectly timed. Accidentally perfectly timed my... Okay, Mox, keep me alive, please. But yeah, there's a bunch of ghosts that are just like references to NPCs and stuff. And then there's like, because they don't have all of Mineral Springs and whatnot, you get to the Granite Citadel, and they have it like perfectly replicated, except it's oriented wrong and everything because the maps aren't the same. It's this stuff like that like really annoys me a little, and just like these like little ways. I don't know. It adds up, right? Okay, I am really feeling my armor right now. A gold longbow, that'll be perfect for selling to the merchant. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, you have a bunch of ore. Yeah, because ore doesn't have renowned hearts. Ooh. Shelter. And a barbed bowstring. Nice. Nice indeed. Okay, what do we have in this? Dreadnoughts, heavy tango armor of attunement. Attunement might have some value. Left to right, then top down. Yeah, that makes sense. So ore is going to be kind of like the last area you're going into. Okay, hot springs. Yeah, Asura Silvari, Human, Norn, Char, Swamps, ore is last. Yeah. Yep, that makes sense. And our load. love receiving written testimony. Daniel Smythe. I'm going to have to examine this one. Barbed axe hafts. Unlocked. Penelope Randall. Over there. Yeah, I mean, this is just good for selling to the merchant, but it's not nothing in that regard. And Layman Joseph. There, I got my written testimonies. Let's see, I don't think any... Most of this is not of particular note. Like, I don't need either of those mods. I don't need a barbed piercing axe of fortitude. I don't need any of those mods. Yeah, I do need to evaluate that, though. Okay. Two things. Meteor shower goes over here. Take this point out of domination. I don't need air magic hanging out open like that. Let's... Oh man, I can finally get some of those effects. That's nice. Okay. Let's go back to Lion's Arch. Menlo's request from First Watch Sergio. That sounds like a great starting point. I don't think it matters. No, not Stefan. Dunham and Claude. Okay. I'm going to leave the money on my character, actually, at the moment. I think that makes the most sense. This guy looks like a Corsair because it speaks like a Pirate Day. Menlo, I would like to go to Cantha, please. Okay, thank you. That was scintillating conversation. I know, it actually is, like, not bad or anything. I just wasn't bothering to talk to him. Jaiju Tai. Hi, I would like to speak with you about a boat? Oh, I should pick up this quest from Figo while I'm running by him. That seems reasonable. Yeah, Sun Spears, that would all be really good to go do too. I do have an order that I kind of want to do these things in though. And that's going to be the last one. So I'd like to have... Oh yeah, I'll take that. I need to go back there anyway. Take me to Cantha. Yes, yes! Friggin' factions confirmation dialogues. Oh, it's just me and Mox here. Well, that should be fine. I have my meteor shower. What could go wrong? Oh, yeah, and I turned in the quest and immediately leveled up. Oh, yeah, that's me taking a level 11 into friggin' Cantha. Ooh, nice. Yep, here's Jamie. Jamie's a girl? I thought it was a boy, says Jealous Jellison. It's the constant running joke of all of Menlo's old friends are women. Okay. Oh, I need to speak with Brother Menlo and Buckdeck Byway is the zone outside of this one. We don't need to worry about it. They can fight the afflicted and not have me get absolutely charboiled. Yeah. Instant level up. Oh, you know what? It might be better to go from here. Okay, step 1, open up the Shunlight chest. Step 2, talk to Ryoko, Suki, and Kakume about protection. Because let's face it, this stuff that Corwin made me is pretty rad for Ascalon, but we're not in Ascalon anymore. Let's just withdraw like 8 platinum. Okay. What armor styles do you have, Ryoko? Shinjay robes. Yeah, that's... Yep. Oh. Tempered glass vials. Okay, that's gonna be non-trivial. A long way from Kansas. Okay, I don't like the Ascalonian robes. Leather squares? Canthan robes. Yeah, you know what? We might... Do I have... How's my supply of silk? Poor. Okay. 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 That's not great. That's not great. I have like no silk, no leather. And that's damask. That's linen. What do you need, Ryoko? You also need silk. Cool. Okay. Let's check out Boreal Station. What do you need in Boreal Station? Yes. Silverstone Forge. I know. Tyrian armor. Okay, that's the same style I currently am wearing, but how much does it cost me to craft? It needs damask. It only needs 7 damask, which is the good news. 5 plant 5 fibers. 5 glittering gold. Okay. So that's like quite a bit. Purchase from rare material traders. Yeah, okay. What are artisans that'll make damask? Is that damask? Probably. Several might make it in Wajan Bazaar. Okay. Juyi will make tempered glass vials, so I should go check out this Julie person. I've so rarely talked to these NPCs. It's been a long time since I've had to worry about making armor at like this. And I must admit, it has quite impacted my ability to worry about resources. Okay. I found Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi? I'm not sure. I need 4 tempered glass vials. Okay, so the good news is that's just some additional dust. Thank you. Why you make spirit wood planks here when those are like not very useful, I don't know. Okay. Is silk... Okay, what is it? Thanks. Thanks for showing me the picture of Silk Wiki. I wanted to actually go look at Silk. Oh my goodness. 10 bolts of cloth, 10 piles of glittering dust, and 250 gold. Why is silk so expensive? That's worse than the damask by far. I mean, the enemies here will drop it. So it seems like finding an artisan to make me damask is the better choice. And it seems like the best place to go get that. Bolts of silk cannot be crafted in prophecies. That's interesting. So it looks like Kainu and Wajan Bazaar is probably going to be the best one to go for in that regard. Let's get me an upgraded Fire Eye headpiece. Let's just start there. Yeah, the Flame Aura, that works. Okay. That's better than this Flame Eye by bajillions. I salvage this old armor. I don't need it. Okay. I really need an expert salvage kit. I have one here. Okay, that's good news. Where that? Michoko, what skills do I want to buy from you? Okay. Let's get Arc Lightning. Shock Arrow is nice to have as well. Trying to be a bit conservative. Breath of Fire is a really good pickup, actually. I basically never used an Ice Heat. Could be worth experimenting with. Okay. I don't want to spend a whole lot on skills, but that's probably good for now. I'm going to buy a couple Sickness of Capture. I'll be given some of those for free later as well, but I'm going to need plenty over time. Mitsunari, I want to go talk to. I eventually want to put a Superior Fire rune. Hey, Star Stuff. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm attempting to navigate the complexities that is acquiring the crafting materials that I'll need for this character long term. I just want to see attunement's value is absolutely worth extracting. Is Dreadnought... Yeah, okay, Dreadnought is not really worth anything. I'm going to just salvage the tan hide out of that. Survivor... Is Survivor worth anything right now? Yes. Minor Beast Mastery... well, this is worth so little. That's definitely... It's worth so little that this is even worth more. Minor Tactics I should actually use on my character, so I'm not going to take that out. Major Protection. Major Protection is not going to be worth anything, no. Tormentors. Yup. I don't know if Brawler's Insignia has value, but Torment definitely does. It's Undertakers. A little bit. More than that by a long shot, that's for sure. Okay, the wilderness survival one probably is not worth anything, yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, let's sell some runes. Okay, so minor beast mastery right here, you see is worth 25. But if I go over to it and identify it, and then I click back on it and I request quote, it's now worth 42. So it's actually, if they aren't worth very much, can be worth identifying them. Okay. Attunement, survivors. Yeah, that one. That one. Yeah. And a nice 2.8 plat for that. Cool. Minor tactics is probably fairly valuable, but I actually have a character that can use it, so I definitely want to hang on to that. I think I have any other random runes floating around in here. No, it doesn't look like it. I have this random highly salvageable tall shield. I don't know. I'm confused by that. Okay, well I got some iron ingots out of it, so I guess that's fine. The rest of this stuff I just want to sell to a merchant. I should also check to see how much silk costs. Yes, I want to sell this longbow. It's not a very good longbow. Did you look at it? Silk is 150. Damask is significantly more expensive or more valuable. I would need a lot of silk though. I currently have 5 and... Let's see, so Damask would cost me 5 plant fibers, 5 glittering dust, and 200 gold. And I need 7. I have the materials for the 7 that I would need. Let's see. So if I got Canthan armor, this is going to bring up everybody, isn't it? Yeah. Elementalist. That's a total of 28 silk that I would need. Which seems like a lot of silk, quite frankly. So 28 times 150... That's a good question. So let's see. That's 28. So that's 14 more. I don't know. It's a lot. I don't feel like doing the math. 28. Where's my phone? Hang on. I have a quick calculation to do. Okay. 28 times 150. Yeah, that's like 4 plat. I think I would rather not do that. Okay. Okay. Step 1. Make my way down to the marketplace. Henchman. Eve is good. Is Sister Taya our only healer right now? Well, I need Guy then. Sue is good. Losha and Kai-Ying, I guess. Cool, we have a party. Menlo is going to want to go... Oh, this is an interesting question. I don't really want to go to Vizuna Square right now. I believe that's where Menlo is going to go. Let's see. Yeah. because that's off this way. I want to go down this way. So I'm going to ignore Brother Menlo for the moment because I want to go to the marketplace. Because I want to be able to make damask, and I know where one of the artisans that they're talking about in the thing is located. Because I'd rather just spend the damask on getting an upgraded version of this armor set, the bodysuit, than on trying to get the Canthan armor with its much higher quantity of required silk. I'll get plenty of silk later anyway, playing the game, I am sure. Once this account is like established and I can do things. But I'm still establishing, and right now this seems like the most economical option that I have available to me. It would also be good to start doing some quests that can get me some other things. The commendations that I can trade in for notably superior salvage kits, which I like having floating around my bank as a handy little utility. That is a long-term objective, however. And more immediately, I just want to get down to the marketplace, so. This character is in no way fit to really take on any of the challenges in this area, so yeah. I really like the vibes of Cantha in this one. I'm liking what ArenaNet's doing with, like, I enjoyed Secrets of the Obscure. I'm really liking Wilds of Janthier. I do want to go back to Cantha with one of the future expansions, though. I want to flesh out more of the areas there, and I hope that that happens. I like that you can get through Buckdeck Byway with minimal enemy confrontations like this, though. It's a really nice change of pace. Okay, I want to look up Tyrian armor again, just to make sure I have the amount correct. I can do it from here. Okay, Boreal Station is, yeah, 7 damask, 175 cloth. Okay, let's just withdraw my 10 plat again. I don't know why I put it away. So I need plant fibers and glittering dust to make damask. If I remember correctly. And Wajan Bazaar over here will get me to where I need to go. I lost Eve. Let's get Vang in here. Cantha's so much easier to go through when you're not relying on henchmen because they constantly trade out who's around. Kainu is the materials crafter that I need. I don't know why they call them materials instead of artisans. Changed the terminology somewhere along the way, and I think that's a little confusing. But it was not my call. Oh, I can make silk here as well. It's just very expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7. Craft. Excellent. Okay, I have the damask. I actually want to come back here in a bit, but I want to go to Boreal Station and get the armor first. Okay, let's get Vong out of here and Eve back in. Eve, as a Cold Henchman, has Blood Ritual, which helps your healers have healing. Yes. Minister of Maintenance, whatever your name is, I need to talk to you about maintenance. Maintenance is important. Back into Buckdeck Byway. I think what my goal is today... Excuse me, Brother Menlo. You can insult your friends again. Sin can insult, whatever, you know what I mean. Okay, time to go get myself killed by Ampha. I do have this attribute buff, though. I do not have this attribute buff. Great. I'm pretty sure my fire magic is worse. Yeah, my fire magic is worse right now. Because my weapon does not have an attribute. My weapon is such garbage that its lack of attribute is nerfing me. So that's just spectacular. Excuse me, I would like to live long enough to drop a meteor on your head. Several meteors, in fact. Okay, well, I think I should probably be able to get a good staff from command training also. Well, let me correct that. I should be able to get a staff from command training that will at least function. So that is an exciting prospect. They do, depending upon which one you go into, have you come into the central area from a different spot, which I do appreciate. Good old Mox. At least this is high enough to give me an energy back now. Just stand here for a few seconds, dropping a meteor shower. Eventually I'll get Rodgort's Invocation and everything will be better. Eventually I'll get Elemental Attunement and everything will be better also. That'll help my energy tremendously. Yeah, because you come off in different spots depending upon where you enter from. And they're kind of like tuned for the area a little bit, quite frankly, so... Oh yeah, loot I get from these guys is actual loot. Nice. Including this weak scythe that they dropped for some reason, because why not? Well, my numbers might be lower than they should be, but at least these guys aren't friggin' over-armored like everything else I was fighting. Felt like it was. Okay, yeah, we're basically done at this point, I think, unless there's one more group of Ampha. That's the door we'll eventually take to head to the thing. What happened to you? What happened to you, guy? I think he tripped over something. Yes, I know there's a city up there. Okay, it's a cutscene. I'm not watching the cutscene. I don't feel like watching the cutscene. Oh, that area is rad looking. Balthazar? What the... Okay, we have to go, but I am disappointed I cannot go study that spot. Because it looks rad. I think of this as the character select screen music, even though they've adjusted things so it's no longer like the default. It was for like a decade or more, so I just kind of associate it with the screen. Rather than Eye of the North, I associate it with like character select. Yeah, sorry I'm a little bit behind. I was too busy looking at the cool architecture that you never show again. Need to find these maps in the Guild Wars Map Explorer program. Almost said app, and then I had to remember that app is an Apple thing and get all upset at them again. Because Apple uses .app for application rather than .exe for executable. They're both programs in my heart, though. Okay, this will give me access to some heroes, and then I can go and armor. And armor. That's going to be really nice. Remember, we started today dying in Ruins of Sirmia and wiping because we over-aggroed some charge trying to do the bonus. That is where the stream started. We're 3.5 hours into it, roughly, and now we're going for maximum armor. All we had to do was fight our way through Dysa Plateau. I think that's the name of that zone, because friggin' getting confused with Dasa and Guild Wars 2, and then the Ascalonian foothills up through Adventurer's Vale and the Iron Mines and Anvil Rock and back down into Deldrimmer Bowl and so on. It was a long hike. Scoundrels Rise, North Carter Province. Picked up a bunch of skills along the way. We're doing well. We're doing just frosty. Okay, let's get Ogden and Vec in here. And I need my chest so I can get some cloth and stuff. I don't know what's in this scythe. It turns out it was iron ingots. Neat. Okay, I have enough cloth. I can put these things away. Narcor, do you have a fire staff I could get off of you? Okay. Pyrewood staff definitely looks goofy to me, but is definitely an upgrade. Oh, you have eyes here rather than... That's nice. Okay. Robes, gloves, leggings, shoes. Boom. I am about to look exactly the same, except twice as much armor. Excellent. Let's drop my funds back in there. Okay, so now that I actually have some defense, because my armor is now all 60 instead of 30, let's go make bars for these two. You have a bigger selection than you previously have had, so that's cool. Don't want that in there. Let's throw that out. Let's throw that out. Orb, Glyph of Lesser. Gale. Yeah. We're doing it. We're building a bar. Look at this. Beautiful, not weirdly compromised bar. You should probably go slash monk. Do I have flesh in my flesh? Hang on. No, I do not. I think I have rebirth, but I don't want rebirth, so I'm just gonna give you vengeance. Ogden, my lad. Yes, this is no. Don't use that. Don't use that. Don't use that. Don't use that. Signet of Devotion. We can give you multiple signets. This is good. Heal party. I want you slash elementalist. This is really useful. Jamie can look at people. Do I want Jamie looking at people? Probably. Healing Seed. That's a good last one. Okay, cool. That's some kind of monk bar. Okay. You. I'm ready to learn more about heroes. Give me your tutorial. Okay. go over there, capture Area 1, please. I want to get a staff. That means that this won't ruin me. Mox, we'll send you to Area 3. Let's do everyone's favorite dance. I don't know if that's accurate or not. And the part everybody likes. Jiggle physics. But like, Arena actually has relatively tame jiggle physics that mean it doesn't look goofy. I have strong opinions about jiggle physics. New Frame Plus did a video on Zenless Zone 0 or whatever it is. ZZZ. And, gonna be real with you. Jiggle physics on that looked like it went right to the point where every character looked like they're made out of jello. Which is not appealing to me. Now return your squad to Area 1. Cancel that flag. No. Area 1, Mox. Not me. I'm not Area 1. Okay. I have done hero training. It was trivial. I am now a certified person who can use flags. So that's good. I like being a certified flag person. Okay, I have a couple goals right now. I've accomplished this goal of doing this quest.
What news of the war?
Which means I can now get a fire staff. Now I want you to see what happens. See, here's my attributes right now. And as soon as I equip this, boom, 12 fire magic. Okay, I don't need this particular wand anymore. I am going to sell it because it is deeply antiquated and not very good. That is my reasoning.
What news of the war?
The news that I'm selling you these items, I don't know if that's exactly what you want or not, but here we are. Okay, let's go get the Eye of the North and see what skills I can pick up there. Lena, Eve. I don't know, Sin and Herta? Sin and Losha. Let's use Losha. This character is probably the most equipped character that I've brought into this area at this point, seeing as I actually have armor. So, you know, that's something. What would be really good would be to get to Mineral Springs and get Glyph of Energy, because then I can use that on literally everyone, and it's an upgrade to Glyph of Lesser Energy. But that would also require me to get to it. Oh, this is what this skin looks like. I don't like it. I mean, it's okay. It's just too big. I don't like it. I don't like this big clunky. It looks like a club. It looks like a magic club, and I'm not super fond of that. Okay, hang on. I'm going to Eye of the North elite skills. Mist form. I don't. Okay, hey Jorah. Thank you. Yeah, what are... Oh, you can get Searing Flames from Blister Bark, of course. That sounds reasonable. Mind Freeze. I don't think Mind Freeze is a skill that I'm, like, anticipating getting. Exactly. So I'm trying to walk and look at these. Ah, water trident from Icecliff Chasms. That's not bad. There's a quest that lets you get Mind Shock. Shatterstone from the Whiteout, of course. Shockwave from, yeah, that guy that'll one-shot your party. Mind Blast from Bloodwash's Blood. That's probably worth picking up there. Another spot where you can get... Oh, yeah. Shockwave from Joff's the Mitigator. Savannah Heat in the Depths of Tyria. Okay, we're definitely not getting that anytime soon. Okay, cool. I'm just going to walk at this wall for a little bit while I'm looking at the skill list. Mind Burn is acquirable pretty early on. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the skill list and play at the same time, and it's not working too well. Yeah, there's a bunch of spots. So the Afflicted have Mind Burn, so there's several places where you can capture that. Starburst from Tonica Temple. I want to make sure I'm grabbing that. Yeah, I'm going to go get Double Dragon from Wajan Bazaar. Like, that's kind of my immediate goal. Oh, yeah, Energy Boon from Ferndale. That's not bad. That's a ways off, though. Saying at Wind is also not bad, but a ways off. Isn't Elemental Attunement in here somewhere? Maybe? Oh, Elemental Attunement in Buckdeck Byway. From Chung the Attuned during a quest. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. Where's it normally? Yeah, I know it's Perdition Rock and Prophecies. Oh, that's literally the only place to get it? That seems like an oversight. But here we are. Okay, that's enough looking at that. Elemental Attunement would be really nice to have, but it's obviously a little bit to get to, so we're not going to worry about it.
Who says so?
Bring it.
Never.
Thank you. I'll kill some monsters. Start working on my Norn title, I guess. Man, it feels so much better to feel like I'm in a spot where I'm doing things as opposed to where I was in a spot where I was not doing things. Or like, I was, but it was just so far behind. I feel like I've made actual, real progress today, and that feels really good. That's what I'm saying. Also, that snare was comedic timing with me talking about making progress and then not being able to walk anywhere. I want to get the Nightfall Heroes soon. Because they're good for leveling up in Prophecies. But I'd like to get an elite skill that Vec can use. Which, I mean, until I rune him up, I guess it really doesn't matter what element I make him. I just traditionally make him air. Yeah, you'd expect Pine Souls to be weak to fire, but they're also rangers, so they probably have higher resistance. Let's drop rocks from space! Okay, I'm not even sure my space rocks hit before that thing died. That's okay. The skill makes me happy. Because it's cool. That's all there is to it. I mean, they require me to do a bunch of quests, so eventually, but they're not an urgent priority. Getting access, the thing is, PvE only skills do not unlock on your account, which is why, mechanically, I assume why heroes can't use them. So getting them, while they're useful on your character, is not part of getting all skills unlocked either. And my priority is much higher for getting skills unlocked that my heroes can use, because this is a relatively fresh account, and I basically have, like, I have no Elementalist elite skills unlocked right now. So, like, what am I going to do with Vec? Right? Oh, he apparently has Liquid Flame. Cool. Like, I don't have a whole lot of, oh, hi, Gwen, options for him. So, it's a much higher priority to me to go after elite skills that my heroes can use than anything else. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the goal of this is, do I need to talk to Gwen before Micah will talk to me? I forget.
What news?
No. Okay. This would be nice to pick up. Okay, there's not... I don't know why I was thinking there might be more skills here than there are. Oh, I don't want to farm Hero's Ascent. That sounds awful to me. I'm not looking to, like, speedrun it. Exactly. I'm just going through. Hi, Gwen.
How can I help? How can I help?
Okay. Activate the scrying pool. Look deep into the pool. Yes. I don't care about your visions. I'm looking for the PvE experience, not the PvP experience.
How can I help? How can I help?
Okay. I should have... Yeah, she'll talk about that at some point. Okay. Advance these.
Well met.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. And I already did the one from Gwen, yeah? Yeah, I must have. Hey, Kimmy's the historian. How are you doing? Historical. Okay, let's... I should have Gwen... That is the party window, not the selection window. Should have Gwen unlocked now. Excellent. You give me a book.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh, I should grab the dungeon one as well. Thank you.
I've heard much of you.
I wish Winds was not garbage. It is unfortunately garbage. Okay, my character's not really ready to do those right now as far as I'm concerned. So let's... I do want to swap that out. I'll probably put that back in, but for now... I want to go back to Kaining, and I want to go to Wajan Bazaar and get Double Dragon. Because I think that would be quite helpful. Okay, let's get Gwen in here. Sister Ty. Losha, I guess. Gwen. So the only elite I have right now is Crippling Anguish, so I tend to run her that way. Yeah, Power Drain is good. Give you an actual resurrection skill. Leech Signet is good. Let's go / Monk. Ooh, you have Power Return. I actually quite like having that option available. Calculated Risk, I think, is a decent skill. It's very similar to Empathy. Let's go with Accumulated Pain. No, you're not really hexy enough for that to make sense at the moment. Fragility might make sense, and then accumulated pain would as well. So if I go for calculated risk over clumsiness, which will help our energy, then I can go for accumulated pain. Resurrect. Okay. There's Wajan Bazaar. Time to go get my face melted. I'll probably change my Vex around to be fire temporarily once I've gotten... I've gotten kind of the point of where I'm trying to get to. Okay, I can at least kind of take some hits, but my HP is still really low from being only level 12. These guys are just super tanky as well. Good job, Sue. I'm not getting the Eye of the North buffs anymore. And it shows... My damage is really low because my level is low, and as casters, your damage is tied to your level. Physical attackers, it's tied entirely to their weapon and weapon attribute, but for spells, it's tied to your level, I should say. There's Leon Dragon's Petal. That's who I want to go capture a skill off of. We do need to get it, as it were. Ow. That just about one-shot me just because my character's so weak right now. Okay, she is our number one threat at the moment. I can't do much damage, but I can do some damage. Whew. Yeah, I wasn't surviving that one. Okay, she's down. I can get double dragon. That's all I wanted from here. Okay, I was vengeance, so I'm about to fall over. But that's okay, because I got what I wanted. And now we can leave. Through the Assyrian Gate. Excellent. Okay, let's set Vec up with a... Actually... Okay, he has the exact same problem I do. Cool. We'll just leave him there for the moment. Okay, I think actually what my priority is... How hard is it over to get over there? Go up to TOA and then down to Fisherman's. I need to get to Fisherman's because that's where I get fire attunement from a quest. And I would really like fire attunement for obvious reasons. Okay, let's go make that my priority at the moment. Okay, so henchman. Do I even want a henchman? Yeah, I want Claude. I was gonna say, do I even want henchman? But the answer is yes. Okay, let's get that out of here. Let's get that in here, and let's get this back on. Something, I suppose. A little bit of energy management. That is not the way out of Virgin Hot Springs. Kind of wish I had a way of giving Mox holy damage, but it'll have to do for now. There's going to be a lot of undead that we're going to be fighting on our way to Temple of Ages, so holy damage would be extremely useful. I'm going to be a lot more competent against these guys than against the other dudes I was fighting anyway. is a bit of a walk to TOA. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to wrap up. I'm probably not going to go like super much longer. I would like to get fire attunement today, but that might need to be a next time sort of deal. Just how it goes. How long does this last? 8 seconds. It also makes my skills set things on fire. So it's a nice little benefit there. I don't have any condition removal at the moment, though, and that definitely is something I am noticing. Especially against these skeleton archers. Oh yeah, using double dragon. I mean, it's nice to finally have a fire elite, you know? I don't think I had fire attunement available for Vivek, right? No, because it would have this similar... it has a icon that I'm not seeing there. Okay. Yeah, the amount of damage we're taking is very easy for Ogden to deal with, as it turns out. This is where I wish I had fallback. Do I study game design? Yes, in a way. I really like analyzing game design. Okay, time to go fight a bunch of undead. Who are letting me cast a big ol' falling rocks from the sky spell. Oh yeah. That's making some numbers happen. Ooh, bones. It's one of those like weird small donut maps. Another bottle of grog. Okay. Anytime you... Thank you, Ogden. Dungeon Master Seer games. I've seen some of the King's Quest games. I've not typically played those adventure games. I first started playing games with the original Doom and like Hexen and Heretic, Quake. It's kind of where things started. When I learned about... Where's these gold coins? Over here. When I learned about GoldenEye from playing it at a cousin's house for the N64, that's when I got into Nintendo. So I've kind of been PC plus Nintendo gamer. But I was never, like, of those sort of older adventure games, I played, like, Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo and Freddy Fish in the Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds. I'm aware of like King's Quest and Space Quest, and I've watched playthroughs of some of them. I did not use that skill correctly. I have no idea at this point. I mean, they're still making Leisure Suit Larry games. I know that. Don't know if they're any good, but that's another matter entirely. I really just ran forward. Okay, you know what? If you want to chase me into this meteor shower. I'm not, like, big into the point-and-click adventure games. They're okay. No, this would be going a lot better for me if I had put Aura of Restoration up to heal me. You know, it turns out picking up those gold coins was a mistake, because now these guys are aggroed. I mean, we'll take them down quickly enough, but... Thank you for trying to keep people alive, Mox. I appreciate it. A Reversal of Fortune? Go all the way back to Colossal Cave Adventure and hunting the Wumpus. You really want to go back in time. I will say these guys are a lot less annoying to fight on a caster than they are on a physical attacker with their blind spam. You know, I just reflected. Double Dragon is the first Elementalist elite for this account. That's kind of a cool special thing. Actually works pretty well on melee attackers as well. Okay, can we ignore those guys? Okay. Black Curtain time. Not Telmark Wilderness, so that opening actually feels really similar to the one to Telmark. We'll probably be in Telmark later. Just make our way to TOA. It is always cool when places preserve games and game history and make them functional. Unfortunately, a lot of companies are more concerned about protecting... It's not even protecting their copyright. Let's be real. About some perceived risk to their copyright or IP than it is preserving a medium. I should check if Chain Lightning is a like where I pick that up. Skill trainer, or I don't know if there's a skill quest for it or not. Okay. Ogden is a friggin'... I want to be able to, like... FF12 has a sort of AI programming system for your party members called the Gambit system, and I really want something like that for Guild Wars 1. I want to be able to be like, use this skill in these circumstances. It's like, if 3 or more party members have damage, that's the time to use heal party. So it starts becoming efficient at that point. Did you play Rocket League Lime and Coconut? Yeah, humans are a lot smarter about... I mean, he's doing okay. I like... Hellhounds are weak to fire. And then they use Frenzy, and then they just take a bajillion damage and make some really nice numbers. Yeah, I've never... I don't know. I'm not a big soccer fan. I think people enjoy it because they find it fun. And exhilarating. It's not the sort of game I'm personally interested in. Please heal everyone, Ogden. Thank you. So many smoke phantoms. Should really be turning that minimap off for battles. Thing I was talking about earlier with camera angles. I was just noticing how low I had mine. Take a screenshot there. Well, what makes a game good or bad, right? This is kind of a subjective analysis to some extent. In terms of, like, play preferences. Evaluation of art is usually subjective. It's a tricky thing. Well, if you don't think the evaluation of art is somewhat subjective, then you're elevating your own opinions to an objective level. There is some amount of, like, craft involved. Ooh, deep freeze, nice. And that's something that's present. What criteria are you using for evaluating a game as being bad? Okay, there's no reason to keep that. I mean, I know many games that I don't like. I don't like Skyrim. And if you ask me, I would, under that sort of criteria, I'd say Skyrim is a bad game, right? And the reason I don't like Skyrim is because it doesn't give me a sense of direction or purpose. But there's plenty of people who like Skyrim. Okay, well, that wasn't worth identifying. There's games that have broad appeal, and there's games that have very narrow appeal. I think things like asset flips are arguably bad games, but there can still be people who like them. Okay, I can add Alicia, Claude, and Dunham, I think. Okay, time to go get myself access to deep freeze and stuff. I remember really enjoying Monster Truck Madness when I was a kid. That was a fun racing game. You might have just heard some clunking through my microphone. You did. Somebody doing something in the garage. Okay, Abbott Ramoth. How do you feel about giant rocks from space? Okay. Book gotten. My objective, however, remains Fisherman's Haven, so we will continue on to there. There's also Mario Kart. That's a car game. Double Dragon's been doing good work. I've been quite happy with it. It's not a skill I've used a whole lot before, just because I feel other fire elites are usually better, but I don't have them, so... let's see. You go south towards Dakudu. I don't really know the best way of getting down there, though. You can go over there and down. That kind of goes around a little bit. Should be able to go down through here, I think. Really wish I had fallback right now, but I don't. Do I even have charge? It's not super relevant, but... Hang on. I want to get a lay of the land from up here. I want to go down that way. This looks like I should go over and around. Fog nightmares. Keep popping up. being a problem. Some Murgoyle over there. Interesting. So the level 14 ones, right? Yeah. Over this way, I think, should lead to the bridge that I need to take down. It'll be easier to evaluate once we have more of the map actually uncovered, but... Well, I'm glad I have high armor. Well, now I feel like I've unlocked Fire Elementalist. Not that I can do that much, because it absolutely chews all my energy up. Yeah, there's the bridge. Man, this map is got a lot of these little narrow segments. Okay. I can go grab Sanctum K later, but maybe it's part of getting litanies or getting the thing. That probably makes sense, right? Okay, the default lasts a minute. Okay, I think we slipped by those guys without having to fight them, which is great. I would rather not. There's probably going to be some FPS slowdowns on my end, but I don't think they'll come through on the stream, because I think the stream's at 30 FPS, so it usually doesn't dip that low. Chillblains. That's just maximum rudeness levels. Wow, so let's give him something to Chillblains, eh? Okay, enjoy the rocks. Probably just replace Glyph of Lesser with... I've not been using it, so... Fire Attunement's probably a better choice to have there, then. That makes sense. Oh boy, we're about to get under attack. Mox, please help. Chillblains spammers. This is the part... Okay, never mind. You have an excuse, Ogden. Your energy is non-existent. I excuse you for having non-existent energy. And failing to heal me with it. Because it doesn't exist. Okay. How are we doing, Ogden? Energy situation bad. Okay. Well, we should be able to kill an Oakheart without too many troubles. And Claude's doing his job, so that's good. Hey, Wizard's Tower. How you doing? Oh yeah, we dip an FPS down to 45. Oh man, I can feel it on my end. I don't think you can feel it on yours though. I don't know what causes that. There's something with their rendering technology just has problems with certain things. I think it's the distance thing. I just wanted some overcast, so I got it. Wonder how his Garn's doing at this time. There's some books to talk about it, actually. Hanging out in his tower, contemplating life. Wondering if we should ever get involved with anything. Deciding the answer is no. Okay. The Lost Princess. Yes. The Royal Papers. Yeah, Mantra of Earth. Last of my mantras, I think, to get, right? I think I have the other ones. Inspiration. Yeah, there's lightning, frost, and flame. Okay. Oh man. Does it... It gets real chunky in there. Spots. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, 40 FPS isn't going to be felt in the stream, I don't think. Claude, get in here. Let's take 2 points from there and a point in there. I like having higher fire magic. Oh man, 36. Real low. Okay, let's go grab these papers that I'm supposed to have to grab before getting the other quest, but they messed up. Mox, please have this. And then, so my plan right now is to go grab those papers from the Tengu, continue down to Sanctum K, then turn in like several quests, and then call it a stream. That's my plan. Oh man, being able to make flare AoE is really nice. Breath of Fire was a huge pickup, honestly. Way more important than Meteor Shower, is even though I like Meteor Shower as a skill, like it has more of a place in my heart. Man, all the Chillblade spam is ridiculous. And I have a weapon that can actually wand for some amount of damage. That's novel too. In its own way. Does that connect around on the beach? I kind of want it to, so I'm going to look. Because if I don't have to fight through a bunch of Tengu, I would rather not. Probably gonna have to fight through. Well, I'm gonna have to fight through some Tengu. That's unavoidable, but he's been hanging in there. Okay, might be worth salvaging. Okay, could you... I killed the boss, which is why my skill instantly recharged. Skills, I suppose I should say. Claude putting in a lot of work, making sure we have energy. Good guy, Claude. I don't know why they decided to just kill that random Lynx, but here we are. There's the chest I need to go loot for the papers. Oh, a Chromie Tengu Elite. Nice. Okay, I was admittedly a little late on that cast. Yay, I got the Royal Scribes papers. Time to go to Sanctum K. Looks like I need to go around this way and then down, so I'm gonna have to fight through... Oh boy, that's some imps. That is some imps. I don't like that. I don't like those imps. They set you on fire and that hurts. Additionally, when you or your allies use skills that target a foe, that foe is set on fire for 2 seconds. Yeah. More feathers. I'm about to go on more fire. Okay. Thank you, Claude. I appreciate it. Immolation is the sincerest form of flattery? Okay, if you say so. If you say so, big guy. You can certainly think that. Okay. That is a large wandering horde of Inferno Imps, and I would rather not. Thank you very much. I don't have to, so I'm not going to. Soul Pyrus here actually makes, I think, some of the higher level armor you can get before, like, Darkness Forge. So, that's kind of neat. Yeah, because this is 51, so it's not max, but it's getting close. Storm Forged. I like the Ice Forged armor. I'll probably get this character some of that eventually, but that's... I'm going to keep using this for a long, long time on this character, because resources are limited on this account right now. So why spend them that I don't have them? Jamora the Wise. Yeah, you guys can fight those if you want. I'm going over here to Sanctum K. Excellent. I can get myself to the Crystal Desert when I want to. Let's go to TOA first, because I need to talk to Salma. Also, I turn this in, but, you know. With the stone in my possession, I'll be able to discredit those white metal scoundrels and their false gods. Thank you. Unlocked Mind Rack, which is a nice little skill to have. Deep Freeze is also quite nice. I might have had Deep Freeze unlocked already somewhere else, though. Salma, with her post-Warren Kryda appearance, added. Okay, let's go tell Watchman Arad. Yes, she will take the throne. It's a big deal. Oh my goodness. Fire attunement. So happy to see you. Welcome to my bar. It's great to have you here. That was a bunch of skills I just unlocked. Earthquake, Mantra of Earth, Fire Attunement. Very nice indeed. I agree, Star Stuff. Okay, well that was a climactic conclusion. We started off all the way over in Ruins of Sirmia, getting our butts handed to us. And by us, I mean me. And ended all the way over there. So I think my objective next time I play this character, specifically. There's a lot of different things I need to do. I need to do this too. But that's not the one that's most pressing in my mind. I want to do... Where is it? Isn't it Figo's quest? Sunspears and Kryda. This is the quest that I want to do next time. So, but that will indeed be next time. I play this character, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing this character next or if I'm going to be playing one of my other characters to get more other skills unlocked. I'll need to think about that, but I'm really, really happy with the progress I've made on this character today because I now have an elite skill for Elementalist and I have Fire Attunement unlocked, which I would have gotten much earlier if it hadn't been put on a friggin' skill quest. It's that late in the game. So yeah, it's been a very productive 4 hours and 40 minutes or so. So I am going to go ahead and wrap up here. And until next time, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I do appreciate it. Take care and goodbye.